Good morning and welcome to the Assembly Chamber. My name is Bonnie Borda-Hoffaker and I am your Chief Clerk. During the session, we want to welcome you and thank you for coming. It is exciting to have you here. I want to introduce you to the Secretary of the Senate. Do you want to tell me your name?
Brendan Busey, I'm the Secretary of the Senate. Welcome. I will say hi to some of you over in the Senate chamber as well, but thank you for being here.
We have our front desk staff that staffs the chamber when we're in session. We have Cindy Latour, who is our history clerk. We have Jason Hadaway, which is my assistant chief clerk. We have the media clerk, which is Caitlin Scruggs. Is right here. And then Megan Burke is sitting next to her, and she's our journal clerk. Now, journal is a constitutional requirement and has to be printed every floor session, so that's an important job we have to do here. And I want to let you know you're sitting at desks of legislators who are currently seated here, and they have personal items on that desk, so if you could just not go through their drawers or through the books on their desks, we'd appreciate that. That there's bathrooms right outside the door. Right outside this door, take a left. There's cameras everywhere. Cameras on you now, cameras on you in the hallway. So just understand there's cameras everywhere. That's important to know. Microphones, you have microphones at your desk. They have already been tested, they work. The touchpad either to your right or left works. And if you have to request to speak, you hit the request to speak, your speaker will turn your mic on possibly. If it doesn't turn green, if the mic button doesn't turn green, you'd hit it. Speak into the mic, they work great. And then when you're done, you can hit the mic off or your speaker might turn that off for you as well. And we're happy to have you here. Thank you for coming. We're going to have Officer Gallup come and talk to you. He's one of our legislative policemen. They're wonderful, helpful, they know everything. Ask them questions. Ask any of us questions. We're happy to answer. Thank you, Mrs.
Good morning, everyone. How you doing? Good. Excellent. So this place can get kind of loud, and I'm thinking that the possibility of it getting loud right now might be kind of fun, so we'll do a little bit of an experiment. Hopefully I don't get in trouble. But before I introduce myself, I would like to ask you guys one quick question, and I want you to think about it just for a moment. What is your favorite color? So if you'll do me a favor and just close your eyes for just a couple of seconds and think about your favorite color. And maybe ask yourself now why you have that favorite color. Maybe it reminds you of something. Maybe it reminds you of a sports team, a favorite car that you have, or maybe it just looks cool. So go ahead and open your eyes. And so now for the next 10 seconds, what I'd like you to do for the next 10 seconds is to turn to one of your neighbors, it doesn't matter who, and I want you to tell your neighbor what your favorite color is and why for 10 seconds. You guys ready? So let's go. Talk to your neighbor right now. Tell them why your favorite color. I don't hear anything. Whew. All right, let's bring it back. 3, 2, 1, let's bring it back. Cool. So nice work. Now let me ask you guys a few questions. So how many exit doors are in this room? You don't have to answer. How many legislative police officers who are dressed like me have you seen this morning inside the building? And did anyone notice where the nearest emergency exit is? And so if you're thinking right now, like, what are these questions, dude? What is up with that? I hope you didn't have an answer to any one of those, because that's good. That's the point. So your attention was focused on talking. Your attention was focused on the task at hand. Your attention was focused on the person next to you, to talk with them, to collaborate with them. But while you were focused on that, we were focused on the attention of the entire room. Everything about the room. That's our job. So my name is Ken Gallup. I'm an officer with the Legislative Police Department. And our mission is unique. It's not only to protect the legislative employees, the elected officials, and this historic property, along with every citizen who comes here to participate, but it's also to protect the legislative process, which includes all of you. And every officer you see in the building is trained to observe, assess, and respond when needed. And what you may not realize is that our officers have spent nearly their entire careers in Nevada serving their communities. So most everybody here is a retired police officer, deputy sheriff. They could even be the chief of police or former chief of police, sheriff, et cetera. So we have a tremendous amount of experience. As a matter of fact, we have well over 1,000 years of combined experience wearing uniforms in this building, from the chief of police to the lieutenant to the officers that you see coming and going every single day. Our officers, our screeners, our dispatchers, and administrative staff focus on keeping this environment safe. So if you need help, if you have a question, you need directions, you don't feel well, or something to you doesn't seem right within this building, find one of us. Find the uniform, find the badge, let us know what's going on, because we have your back while you're here doing the great work for the great state of Nevada. Enjoy your experience, ask questions, and participate. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Please prepare yourselves in the manner you're accustomed to. We're going to start with the invocation. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for keeping us all safe and helping us on our way to Reno, and then eventually to Carson City, to here at the legislature, where we've had this wonderful opportunity to practice one of the most important processes in our state and have fun while doing it. Thank you for our wonderful counselors who have kept us in check, and thank you for all of our friends who we've met while here. Amen.
All right, we're going to move on to the pledge now. So please stand. All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're going to start with a POW MIA now. Do we have a flag? No flag. All right. Resolution 288, adopted at the 67th National Convention of the American Legion, and Resolution NC 2-94, adopted at the 23rd National Convention of the Sons of the American Legion, calls for designating a POW/MIA empty chair at all official meetings of the Sons of the American Legion as a physical symbol of the thousands of American POW/MIAs still unaccounted for. As a reminder for all of us to spare no effort to secure the release of any American prisoners from captivity, the reparation of the remains of those who died bravely in defense of liberty, and a full accounting of those missing. Let us rededicate ourselves for this vital endeavor. We will now move on to the Nevada Boys State Creed. American citizenship is my most precious possession. I believe in the constitutional form of government of the United States of America, which guarantees me the right to worship God as I choose, and as a citizen, equal opportunity and equal educational rights. It is my obligation to participate in and contribute to the civic and political welfare of my community, state, and nation. I resolve to learn and understand the civic needs and government of my community. I hereby dedicate myself to the task of inspiring and maintaining a like interest in my fellow citizens, young and old. May the memory and experience of Boys State be ever with me as a constant reminder of my obligation to my country. All right. That's it. All right. We will now move on to the Battle Hymn of the Republic. Oh, sorry. I will now do my speech. All right. Can you pass me? Good evening, delegates. I'm your governor, Jake Stadler. When you first found out you were accepted into Nevada Boys State, what were your expectations? What were your goals? What did you think who you were going to meet? These were questions I asked myself when I was first accepted, and I did not feel confident as to what I could do here this week. I was unsure of what to expect. I had only known that delegates would come together for a week to simulate the Nevada government. I wasn't sure if I would connect with all of you or what roles I would should run for, though as the week went on, my worries were quickly quelled by each counselor and delegate here. Watching you confidently walk out to the middle of a courtroom and speak in front of a crowd of delegates analyzing your goals is a true demonstration of confidence and the ability to overcome adversity. Each of you has answered those questions as confidence and camaraderie that all of you demonstrate is the reason I ran for governor. Your willingness to step into the spotlight inspired me. You have shown that each and every one of us has the potential to run for any position, and that we all have a part to play in ensuring an equal government. If you were to ask me if you were to ask people who have not gone to Nevada Boys State what we do here, they would tell you that Boys State is a civic leadership program for boys in high school, or that we are just boys who play politics. But we know better. Nevada's Boys State is more than just a civic leadership program or boys playing politics. It is a week where we have made friends with complete strangers in a few days. It is a place where those who know very little about leadership can push themselves to become the very best version of themselves. We have all connected through our unified goal of fighting for the people. Whether it was through times like night court or ratifying and amending the Constitution to fight Administrative Order 79-01, or times when each of us ran for a position and lost, or legislation of ours that didn't pass. These events have brought us together, not just with our cities or our parties, but as delegates of the Nevada Boys State. We have learned that good leaders can command to tell others what to do, but a great leader can listen to others and collaborate to come up with the best decisions that account for everybody's ideas. All we have learned this week has led up to today. Today is an opportunity to demonstrate our knowledge and dedication to the people, an opportunity to show what is right. Every vote, every law, every decision starts here with all of you willing to step forward and speak. I implore you not to think of today as a mock trial of boys playing politics, but a decision made by men that decides the rights of the people. The people in this room are the future of not only the state, but the entire nation. And your future of leadership starts today, in this courtroom. The future of Nevada is not tomorrow, it is today, and it starts with each of us, those who are willing to step forward and fight for the people, to fight for what is right. Thank you, delegates, for you are the future of America. Thank you, counselors, for you have cultivated each of us like a budding flower of leadership. And most of all, thank you, Nevada Boys State, for you are an incubator that gives life to the confidence in us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. We are going to go ahead and break into your sessions now. If you're in the Assembly, you're going to stay here. Senate, you are just across the hall in the Senate chambers. State crisis and the judiciary, the Supreme Court, if you are involved with that, you are going to follow me, and we're going to take you up to your rooms so you don't get lost. James, did you have something you wanted to say for the legislators?
Thank you. If you are in the assembly, please raise your hand for me. Thank you. Whenever you are recognized by the Speaker of the Assembly and you are standing, please address them as "Thank you, Mr. Speaker." If you are in the Senate, please raise your hand. If you are in the Senate, I want you all to recognize your Speaker as "Thank you, Mr. President." Is that clear? Yes, thank you. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, let's go do your thing.
Yep, light up, it's on, and it does pick up a lot of sound, so be careful.
Yeah, so say something?
Test, test.
Excuse me, everyone. Please get in your seats and get ready to start the session. Thank you. Everyone ready? The Assembly is now in session on 10:24 a.m., June 17th, 2026. The first bill that we will be discussing is Bill number 258, an act to conduct a mining survey to locate deposits of minerals for future extraction. The floor is open for discussion at this time. Are there any points of discussion or motions on the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I motion to move to previous question.
Is there a second? Assemblymember Pardo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to second that motion.
Seeing that there's a motion that has been seconded, we'll now take a vote on this motion. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Is there anyone that has not voted? Please raise your hand. Seeing as there's a majority for the yeas, we will now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please close the roll and then reopen the roll for voting on this bill. Chief Clerk, please close the roll. Seeing that there's a majority of the nays, this bill has failed. We'll now be moving on to Bill number 228, an act relating to the protections of public worker pensions from state budget cuts. The floor is open for discussion at this time. The Speaker recognizes Assemblymember Pardo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Point of information is that I was the one that passed this bill in my committee, and from what I remember, it's like it helps protect all of the public workers in like keeping their money and not being taxed a lot like a lot of other people. So I feel like this bill is good, and that is my information. Thank you.
Assemblymember Pardo is recognized.
I would like to make a motion to pass this bill.
Do you mean a motion to previous question?
Yes, please. Sorry.
Is there a second on this motion? Seeing that there is a second to this motion, we'll now be voting on this motion. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there's a majority in the yeas, this bill is passed. Chief Clerk, please close the roll. My apologies, I just moved to previous question. We will now be voting on this bill. Assemblymember Simeon, please make sure that you vote. Seeing that there's a majority in the yeas, this bill is officially passed. Clerk, please close the roll. We'll now be moving on to Bill 188, an act relating to housing development, establishing a permitting process for infill housing projects on previously developed or unused urban land, and providing other matters properly relating. Point of information, please make sure that we have more discussion on these bills, so it's not just a motion and previous question. Please and thank you. Are there any points, motions, or pieces of discussion on the floor? Assembly members, please raise your hand if you'd like to speak or make a motion. Assemblymember Schmelzer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Nevada cities are full of empty lots, old parking areas, and unused properties that could be homes for families instead of eyesores, but without a clear, predictable process for infill development, many of these projects never move beyond an architect's stretch or sketch.
Assemblymember Myers is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Building on land that already has streets, sewers, and schools is one of the most cost-effective ways to add homes because we're not paying to stretch infrastructure further into the desert. Those savings can translate into lower rents and sale prices, especially when combined with other affordable and attainable housing tools. This bill encourages smart growth that fills in the gaps in our cities instead of endlessly pushing the urban edge outward. Thank you.
Assemblymember Moore is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say, point of information, infill housing development often replaces older structures, and because, for an example, Las Vegas, because Vegas is an old city and there are numerous old structures around the area, I believe this bill will help promote infill housing and develop more sustainable homes while not pushing the boundary for housing expansion.
Assemblymember Barlow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I motion to move the previous question.
Is there a second on the motion? Seeing that there's a second on the motion, we will now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Or voting on this motion. Assembly members, I apologize, I made a mistake earlier. If you'd like to speak, please just press the request to speak button on your touchpads. Do not raise your hands. Thank you. And seeing that there is a majority in the yeas for this motion, we will now be moving to previous question and voting on this bill. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Assemblymember Garai, please ensure that you are voting. Thank you. Seeing that the majority of the votes are on the yeas, this bill is officially passed. We'll now be moving on to bill number 252. Chief Clerk, please close the roll. The floor is open for discussion at this time. The title of this bill is as follows: An act increasing funding for subsidized affordable housing by raising real property transfer tax for purchases of real estate over $2 million. Again, this is bill number 252. Assemblymember Sayal is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Nevada desperately needs more subsidized affordable housing, but we cannot build it without sustainable funding. This bill raises money by asking the people buying multi-million-dollar properties, who are often the most financially secure, to contribute a little more at the closing table. It leaves everyday house buyers alone and instead taps a slice of the luxury market to help house the workers to keep our economy running. Thank you.
Assemblymember Alvarez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I would also like to build off of what my colleague said, seeing that if a person can afford such an expensive household, it would be good for them to contribute to helping other people who cannot afford this housing. Also seeing that this bill shows that certain taxes like the one suggested has also helped within the economy, bringing in $53 million. I think that it supports its claim and overall is a bill worth passing. Thank you.
Assemblymember Houston is recognized.
I motion to move to previous question.
Seeing that this motion has been seconded, we will now be voting on this motion. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Please wait one moment, Assembly members. We're having some technical difficulties. Assembly members, seeing that this technical problem is going to take just a little bit of time to fix, we'll be moving to a brief recess until this problem is fixed. Thank you. Assembly members, please return to your seats. We'll now be getting back to that vote on the moving to previous question motion. Thank you. The Assembly is now in session. Assemblymember Pardo is recognized.
A point of information. I'm pretty sure we didn't finish the vote on the last bill. These we went to motion, and this is the wrong bill. We're not on this bill currently. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. We're just having some technical difficulties, so we'll be having a voice vote on both the motion to move to previous question, and if that's successful, we'll be having a voice vote on this bill, 252.
Okay.
Enact increasing for subsidized affordable housing by raising real property transfer tax for purchases of real estate over $2 million.
Thank you.
Yeah, just please ignore the one on the screens. It is the one that I read the title up. All right, we will now be moving to a voice vote on if we should move to previous question on this bill. All in favor of moving to previous question, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. All who abstain, please say oi. Seeing in the speaker's opinion, the ayes have it, and we'll now be moving to previous question. All in favor of passing bill number 252, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. All abstain, please say oi. In the opinion of the speaker, the ayes have it, and bill number 252 is passed. We will now, what? I just want to provide some clarity here, point of information. The bill that we just voted on was not the bill that was on the screen, the one regarding Fortnite. The bill that I read the title out about property tax, property tax, that was the bill that we just voted on. It was just some technical difficulties, so don't worry about that. Now we'll be moving on to our next bill. Bill number 120, an act. Provisions will be set for housing affordability and the limiting of corporate ownership of residential property in the state of Nevada. Assemblymember Rawhauser is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am in support of this bill. I would like to say that this bill addresses many of the problems that we're facing in society today, where newer generations are not able to attain a house, and this bill would directly combat corporations not seizing, but buying up all the houses and then renting them out to individuals in our population.
Assemblymember Myers is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Nevada families are being crushed by housing costs, and it's not an accident. It is the result of investors treating our neighborhoods like a stock market instead of a community. When huge corporations buy up homes in bulk, regular people get outbid over and over and end up paying sky-high rent just to avoid homelessness. This bill says homes in Nevada should be first for people who live and work here, not for distant hedge funds looking to squeeze every last dollar out of our communities. Thank you.
Assemblymember Sayal is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to add on to my fellow assembly members. I'd like to say that Nevada has one of the worst affordable housing shortages in the nation, and you can feel it every time a young family tries to buy their first home and gets beat out by the all-cash investor offers. Families should not have to choose between leaving their hometown or spending half of their income on rent while a corporation owns hundreds of doors in their zip code. By pulling limits on excessive corporate ownership, this bill gives working Nevadans a fair shot at buying or renting a home near their jobs, their kids' schools, and the people they love. Thank you.
Assemblymember Houston is recognized. No. Assemblymember Schmelzer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, and I would also like to further add to Sayal's point. Right now, our housing system works great for investors, but terribly for teachers, service workers, and seniors on fixed incomes. When a company can own a block after block, it gives them the power to raise rents and set terms ordinary people can't negotiate with. This bill is about rebalancing power so that our neighbors, not Wall Street algorithms, decide who gets to live in Nevada communities, and so that the people who built the state are not forced out of it. Thank you.
Assemblymember Pardo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. As all my fellow assembly members said it, they hit it right on the nail about everything. So I would like to motion to previous question.
Seeing that this motion has been seconded, we'll now be taking a vote on the motion to move the previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, we will now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please close the roll and reopen the roll for voting on this bill. Seeing that there's a majority in the yeas, this bill is officially passed. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill number 145.
Senate Bill 145, Enact, the state of Nevada shall adopt a letter grade system for unannounced food inspections in all districts, not just Southern Nevada.
Assemblymember Barlow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My committee number 3, went over this bill, and we believe that, like it says, all districts should adopt an unannounced food inspection grade at not just in Southern Nevada, but all across the state, as there could be some counties or cities that don't have regular food inspections, and therefore they could have various foodborne diseases or outbreaks. So I believe that the Assembly should agree on this bill. Thank you for your time.
And I also apologize. This is my mistake. The floor is open for discussion. Thank you. Assemblymember Zhang is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, similar to Assemblymember Marlowe over here. I was in this committee as well, and we also discussed this bill. I do not see any drawbacks to this bill. It provides transparency to the public whenever they're dining out at a restaurant or any other place that faces food inspections, to see whether or not the products they're consuming are safe for consumption. And should a business fail a food inspection, I strongly believe they should be forced to display that in order to hold them to a sense of accountability and responsibility. Thank you.
Assemblymember Alvarez is recognized. Assemblymember Sayal is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a motion to previous question, as I agree with my fellow assembly members.
Is there a second on that motion? Seeing that there's a second on this motion, we will now be moving to voting on previous question on this motion. Please, Chief Clerk, open the roll. Assemblymember Schmelzer, please ensure that you are voting. Seeing that there is a majority of the yeas, we will now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll for voting on this bill. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, this bill is officially passed. We will now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 147. Chief Clerk, please close the roll.
Assembly Bill 147 enacts to protect the Nevada National Guard from unconstitutional deployment into active overseas combat, to prohibit the release of State Guard units into federal service absent a formal congressional declaration of war, to establish a formal executive review process for deployment orders, and to protect state military personnel from federal retaliation.
The floor is open for discussion at this time. Assemblymember Kelly is recognized.
Okay, so my committee went over this. However, I disagree with this because there hasn't been a active war decree in multiple years. So if that's the case, then National Guard just wouldn't deploy to these other countries to help out and defend America.
I apologize again. The floor is open for discussion. Oh, I did. Assemblymember Maffey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise just as a point of information. The last time we had to declare war was World War II.
Assemblymember Pardo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill because, one, if they didn't want to go off to war, they wouldn't have signed up for the National Guard in the first place or any branch of the Army, matter of fact. And two, they signed up to fight for our country or to serve for our country. So I feel like this bill should not be passed at all. Thank you.
Assemblymember Rawhauser is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I would like to say that the National Guard is meant to defend the country, but I do not believe that they should be sent out. And if they should be sent out, there should be a draft that includes them in it.
Assemblymember Garai is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to motion to previous question.
Seeing that there's a second on this motion, we will now be voting on moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there's a majority in the yeas, we will now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll for voting on this bill. Seeing that there's a tie in this voting, I believe the speaker is the tiebreaker, no? Seeing that there's no majority of the yeas on this bill officially has failed. We will now be moving on to bill number 207.
Assembly Bill 207, an act to expand and promote home ownership by reducing property tax.
The floor is open for discussion at this time. Assemblymember Sayal is recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say I am in favor of this bill. Even after you pay off your mortgage, property taxes can feel like a second rent bill that never goes away. And for many seniors and working families, that bill gets harder to handle every year. People who have put decades into their homes and neighborhoods should not be taxed out of them when they are on fixed incomes. Reducing property taxes give homeowners breathing room and helps keep longtime residents in the communities they have built. Thank you.
Assemblymember Garai is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. Property tax is crucial to the funding of vital services like public schools, public safety, infrastructure, parks and liberties, and waste management. And I believe taking away property tax would decrease the funds to these actions. Thank you.
Assemblymember Alvarez is recognized. Assemblymember Maffey is recognized. Maffey. Assemblymember Moore is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of information, Nevada already has a property tax rate of 0.5%, half of 1%, 0.49, and I believe that reducing the tax lower would help homeowners afford homes that they need, but at the same time, it won't help supply other federal government properties as well. So I believe that this bill I believe that this is both a good and bad bill. Thank you.
Assemblymember Pardo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support of this bill because one, it would, like my fellow assembly member Sayal said, it's a struggle for seniors to keep up with the property bills because more than half of them are retired. So they're spending their retirement money on their property taxes, and with younger couples that are recently buying houses or moving in, it's harder for them because they're younger and so like they have lower paying jobs or they're not as successful yet. So it's going to be harder for them to pay their property taxes while paying for the houses if they're not paid off yet. So I think this bill should be moved. So I'd like to move to previous question.
Is there a second on that motion? Seeing that there's a second on that motion, we will now be moving to a vote on moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Assemblymember Maffey, please ensure that you are voting. Seeing that there's a majority in the yeas, we will now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll for voting on this bill. Seeing that there is a majority of the yeas, this bill has officially passed. We'll now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 187.
Assembly Bill 187, an act relating to housing supply requiring municipalities in Nevada to streamline the residential permitting process, eliminate parking requirements for residential developments within 1/2 mile of a public transit stop, and increase the transparency of their permitting process.
The floor is open for discussion at this time. Assemblymember Sayal is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am in favor of this bill. I'd like to say Nevadans are begging for more housing, but too many projects die in City Hall, not in Marketplace. Slow, confusing permitting process and months or years to construction timelines, and every delay shows up as a higher rent or sale price at the end. This bill cuts unnecessary red tape so good projects can move forward faster without costing the state a single dime. Thank you.
Assemblymember Barlow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to make a motion to move to previous question.
Seeing that there's a second on this motion, we'll now be moving to a vote on if we should move to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there is a majority of the ayes, we will now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll for voting on this bill. Seeing that there's a majority of the ayes, this bill has officially passed. We will now be moving on to bill number 152. Assembly Bill number 152.
Assembly Bill 152, an act regarding the protection of water supplies through better regulation in drought-prone regions.
The floor is open for discussion at this time. Assemblymember Myers is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Water supplies throughout the state are very low, and we need to enact these regulations to keep data centers and other large commercial businesses from unnecessarily wasting water throughout our state. And this bill will tax those businesses on the water usage. This was my committee passed this bill, and we looked into it. The limit that we set here for the tax is very high. So only commercial businesses that are using excessive amounts of water will be taxed under this bill, and not small businesses or private residences. Thank you.
Assemblymember Pardo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support of this bill. Like my fellow assembly member, Mr. Myers said, data centers do use a lot of water, and Nevada is a dry desert is a dry desert. And so that includes us using a lot of water, data centers using a lot of waters, and a lot of businesses using a lot of waters to cool down their AI systems. And so I feel like this bill should be passed because it is good, and there's nothing bad's going to come out of this bill but good. Thank you.
Assemblymember Rawhauser is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition against this bill. I would like to note that it says all industrial and commercial buildings. So commercial buildings that rely on water usage, for example, like Ocean Spray that is in Henderson, Nevada, where they rely on making cranberry juice or other juices, they would be taxed for no real reason because their product is simply using water.
Assemblymember Garai is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to motion to previous question.
Seeing that this motion has been seconded, we'll now be moving to a vote on if we should move to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, we'll now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll for voting on this bill. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, this bill has officially passed. We'll now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 215.
Assembly Bill 215. An act requires a full disclosure of every tax abatement, subsidy, and economic incentive created by the state of Nevada, including the recipient, the dollar amount, and benefits promised.
The floor is now open for discussion. Assemblymember Rawhauser is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. This bill will improve transparency throughout the state of Nevada and will keep our state government in check regardless of what they are doing.
Assemblymember Myers is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Too often, our tax dollars are sent to businesses as economic incentives and subsidies without transparency to the people to see where their money is going. And I think that we owe it to the people of Nevada to show them where we're sending their tax dollars. Thank you.
Assemblymember Moore is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in favor of this bill because taxpayers do not know where their money is going into, and the government has yet to disclose that information. Therefore, I believe this bill should be passed. Thank you.
Assemblymember Barlow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion to move to previous question.
Seeing that there's a second on this motion, we will now be moving to a vote on if we should move to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, we'll now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll for voting on this bill. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, this bill has officially passed. We'll now be moving on to bill number 244, Assembly Bill number 244.
Assembly Bill 244. An act that increases investment in early education intervention to increase graduation rates, literacy rates, and minimize mental health issues.
The floor is now open for discussion. Assemblymember Myers is recognized. Assemblymember Garay is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I believe that this bill makes a really great point to increase our education and to decrease the mental problems that go throughout our education. And again, I fully support this bill. Thank you.
Assemblymember Barlow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am also in favor of this bill, just like my Assemblyman Garay. The main thing I've heard, well, one of the top 3 things I've heard about the reason for decline in the state of Nevada is the education rates, and I believe that early intervention between the ages of 4 and 6 would greatly support the graduation rates, literacy rates, and minimize mental health issues, as children would receive the support that they deserve and need. I rest my case.
Assemblymember Moore is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am also in favor of this bill. Nevada is ranked among the lowest in the nation for having some of the worst education among the states. I believe by investing all this money into early education for students, this will majorly help with Nevada's placement in education as well. And I move to the previous question.
Seeing that there's a second on that motion, we'll now be moving to a vote on previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, we will now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll for voting on this bill. Seeing that there is a majority of the yeas, this bill has officially passed. We'll now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 189.
Assembly Bill 189. An act to support working class families and providing them the proper resources to establish stabilized and affordable housing.
The floor is now open for discussion on this bill. Assemblymember Moore is recognized. Assemblymember Rawhauser is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. This bill basically just allows, it makes it more feasible for younger generations to acquire housing or rent, and I think that is something that is at the front of the problem in the U.S.
Assemblymember Schmelzer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Working class families in Nevada are doing everything we ask of them. They are showing up to work, caring for their kids, contributing to our economy, yet they are still being crushed by rising rent prices, and this is causing insecure housing for them and causing them to have to leave or move away their families.
Assemblymember Pardo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Like my fellow assembly members have said, working families have worked their butts off for us, showed up on time. They never really complained about it, but like my fellow assembly member, forgot his name, sorry. But I feel like that for them, they should be able to afford their houses and stuff without struggling to pay their bills, bill to bill. And so I motion to previous question.
Seeing that there's a second on this motion, and I'll be voting on this motion. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, we'll now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll on voting on this bill. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, this bill has officially passed. We'll now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 174.
Assembly Bill 174, an act regarding the modernization of municipal utilities through private corporations leasing without increasing taxes.
The floor is open for discussion at this time. Assemblymember Barlow is recognized. Assemblymember Garay is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. This bill states that it is the modernization of municipal utilities, which I do believe that an up-to-date system of utilities is definitely needed in our state. And it is without increasing taxes, which both works for the people and it both works for higher-up corporations. Thank you.
Assemblymember Barlow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just like fellow Assemblymember Garay said, I feel like now municipalities have been required more than ever, and I would like to motion to previous question.
Seeing that there's a second on this motion, we'll now be voting on if we should move to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, we will now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll on voting on this bill. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, we will now be, this bill has officially passed. We will now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 169.
Assembly Bill 169, an act to increase funding for water delivery and waste system infrastructure.
Assemblymember Moore is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of information, my committee went over this bill specifically. I believe this will massively help the state of Nevada with water delivery, especially since we, as the people, don't have enough water to come around. If enough funding goes to this bill, I believe that everyone around us will have enough water for a long time. Thank you.
Assemblymember Alvarez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, being a time where a lot, as seen in many water supply as Lake Mead, it is constantly going down, and we need to put in more efforts to have enough water for the people of Nevada. Thank you.
Assemblymember Rawhauser is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in abstinence of this bill. I would like to say that this bill does use $100 million of the state's budget, but it also provides some needs. Also, Nevada has one of the best water infrastructures in the nation, and we recycle, I'm not sure, but I think one of the highest in the entire nation.
Assemblymember Zhang is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with Assemblymember Rawhauser on this one. While I do agree that water is an issue within the state of Nevada, I do not see how allocating more funds would give more water to Las Vegas specifically, or Nevada specifically, especially considering, as Assemblymember Rawhauser previously stated, Las Vegas and Nevada have some of the best water filtration and recycling systems like in the country. Allocating more funds to that instead of focusing on other issues that might also be important seems kind of redundant to me, especially when there's no provided reason as to how allocating more funds would give more water specifically. And that is all. Thank you.
Assemblymember Garai is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I would just like to point out as well to that previous point that Nevada has a budget of approximately $21 billion as of the 2025 fiscal year. So I do believe that $100 million won't be that big of a dent into our water delivery, which is also hence a big problem. Hence, this bill will also bring huge help to. And with that, I'd like to motion the second question, or previous question.
Seeing that there's a second on this motion, we'll now be voting on if we should move to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, we will now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll on voting on this bill. Seeing that there's a majority of the nays, this bill has officially failed. We will now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 113.
Assembly Bill 113, an act relating to healthcare, increasing the maximum loan repayment for healthcare professionals covered by the Nevada HEAL program.
The floor is now open for discussion on this bill. Assemblymember Garai is recognized.
The request to speak was not on. Apologies.
Assemblymember Moore is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of information, Nevada's HEAL program is well noted for helping massively with people who desperately need health care, and other people advocate for the program as a way to invest in the people and strengthen the healthcare workforce. Therefore, I believe that investing just a bit more into the HEAL program will help encompass more people who need that health care as needed. Thank you.
Assemblymember Simeon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I vote on this bill because Nevada faces a critical shortages of healthcare professionals. By raising the loan repayment to cap to $200,000, we would create a powerful incentive for top doctors and public health experts to stay and practice in our communities. Medical schools debt is incredibly high, and this is a massive boost, makes our state highly competitive.
Assemblymember Zhang is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I don't see any issues with this bill, right? Nevada is in desperate need of like healthcare professionals, and I feel like allocating more funds to this program would help incentivize people to pursue a future in medical profession, right? And yeah, that's all I have to say.
Assemblymember Bodenschott is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. As approximately 41% of U.S. adults have healthcare debt, and about 1 in 5 of those with debt do not expect to ever pay it off, I would also like to make a motion to move to previous question.
Seeing that there's a second on this motion, we'll now be moving to a vote on the motion to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, we'll now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll on voting on this bill. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, this bill has officially passed. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill number 209.
Senate Bill 209, an act to provide low-interest loans to first-time homebuyers that work in essential professions.
The floor is officially open for discussion on this bill. Assemblymember Sayal is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I'd like to say essential workers kept Nevada standing when everything else shut down. Nurses pulled double shifts, teachers turned their homes into classrooms, and first responders ran toward danger while everyone else stayed inside. It is shameful that so many of them still can't afford to buy a modest home anywhere near where they serve. Low-interest loans are a concrete way to turn our gratitude into action and make sure the people who protect and care for us can actually put down roots in the communities they've sacrificed so much for. Thank you.
Assemblymember Moore is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill especially applies to first-time home buyers, and by providing low-interest loans to these home buyers, these essential workers can actually build up the money they need to pay off that interest as time goes on. Therefore, I believe this bill will, in fact, help Nevada's workers who have essential professions. Thank you.
Assemblymember Schmelzer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Stable home ownership for essential workers doesn't just help those families, it makes our whole state safer and stronger. When police officers, nurses, and educators can afford to live in the neighborhoods that they serve, they stay longer, know their neighbors, and build trust that you could not buy with any other program. By cutting the cost of borrowing for the first-time essential buyers, this bill invests in the long-term human infrastructure that keeps Nevada functioning, especially in times of crisis. Thank you.
Assemblymember Pardo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Like a lot of people say, actions speak louder than words. And like our first responders are always there for us when we need them. When, like how my fellow assembly member said it, they're there. They run towards danger while we run away from danger to protect us. And nurses, too, they're there to help us when we need them in emergencies like ERs and all that. So like a lot of people like to say, actions speak louder than the words. So I would like to move to previous question.
Seeing that there's a second on this motion, we'll now be going to a vote on if we should move to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, we will now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll for voting on this bill. Assemblymember Barlow, please ensure that you're voting on this bill. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, we will now, this bill has officially passed. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill number 212.
Senate Bill 212, an act to establish 2 non-voting student members of the Nevada system of higher education for each region of Nevada to have student voices formally represented in higher education.
The floor is now open for discussion on this bill. Assemblymember Rawhauser is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. This bill will allow for students to be part of the NSHE program and to check what decisions are being made on behalf of students. And their opinion should be recognized when decisions are made regarding tuition costs.
Assemblymember Moore is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe I am in support of this bill because by having these 2 student members be a part of the Nevada system of higher education, their voices are able to speak on behalf of the state of Nevada. And I believe if they bring out their concerns to the Board of Education or other Nevada's education systems, students will be able to have their concerns addressed. Thank you.
Assemblymember Pardo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition of to this bill. Like Mr. Moore said, he said that 2 students can go to the board and speak for them. But why just 2? Because 2 students can't speak for the whole, for everybody else. And so I think this bill should be killed, in my opinion. Thank you.
Assemblymember Barlow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to make a motion to move to previous question.
Seeing that there's a second on this motion, now I'll be voting on if we should move to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, this bill will now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Due to some technical difficulties, we'll be re-voting on if we should move to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there's a majority of the nays, we will not be moving to previous question and continue our discussion of this bill. Chief Clerk, please close the roll. Assemblymember Garay is recognized. Assemblymember Kelly is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition as well. Two students cannot represent the entirety of the student body. There needs to be at least 10 or as many people as are in here, just so that everyone can get an equal opportunity to say and vote how they want to.
Assemblymember Houston is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill because, one, the students cannot vote, so they have a say, but they cannot actually declare what they want in voting. And students can already voice their concerns to staff members and people of boards of education to help get what they want, so I rest my case.
Assemblymember Rawhauser is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I rise in support of this bill. The two speakers will be more of a figurehead or like a speakerhead for the rest of the students. They will, nowhere in this bill does it say that they cannot take opinions from other students or be influenced by like a party of other students. So I think it is redundant to say that two people cannot represent a nation or a state or anything.
Assemblymember Pardo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I rise in opposition to this bill. As I said earlier, two students cannot represent the whole nation of the schools or district of the schools, because as Mr. Rawhauser said, he said that they can take opinions from other students, but who knows, they could be lying about opinions, taking other opinions, they could only be using their opinions while they're giving their answers or their speech to it. So I move to previous question.
Seeing that there's a second on this motion, I'll be voting on if we should move to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, we will now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there's a majority of the nays, this bill has officially failed. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill number 245.
Senate Bill 245, an act regarding small city financial transparency of political action committees.
The floor is now open for discussion. Assemblymember Sayal is recognized. Assemblymember Rawhauser is recognized.
Point of personal privilege. After you press the button, it continues to request to speak. But also, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I would say that we should disclose who is donating past a certain amount of money, in this case, $200, to determine if the legislature is influenced in any way by whoever, and so everyone can see who it is influenced by.
Assemblymember Rawhauser, could you please repeat your point of personal privilege?
After you press the request to speak button, it continues to stay on. So I'm just telling everyone here that you have to repress the button to stop requests to speak.
Thank you. Assemblymember Zong is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I feel like this bill has no downsides to it, right? It increases transparency with the people to see who's being funded by which PACs, and I feel like this is important. The citizens should know how their representatives are being influenced or otherwise like lobbied for or campaigned for, and by which specific PACs, and yeah, that's why I support this bill.
Assemblymember Alvarez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to rise in support of this bill, being that a lot of times small cities their funds aren't being, they don't know where their funds are being allocated for, and when bigger cities such as Reno and Las Vegas are taking majority of the funding, they should be aware of that so that they know what they can do to prompt changes to such fundings. Thank you.
Assemblymember Garai is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to motion to previous question.
Seeing that there's a second on this motion, we'll now be moving to a vote on if we should move to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Assemblymember Schmelzer, please ensure that you are voting. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, we will now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, this bill has officially passed. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill number 250.
Senate Bill 250, an act to make affordable housing cheaper to operate in Nevada by allowing small homes to use modern, energy-efficient technologies instead of utilizing the more expensive technologies required of those small homes from their legacy utilities.
The floor is officially open for discussion on this bill. Assemblymember Garai is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. Something to note from this bill's description is that it completely contradicts itself. It says that it wants to make affordable housing cheaper to operate in Nevada by allowing smaller homes to use modern energy. But modern energy is probably the most expensive energy that you will get, making this bill contradictive. Thank you.
Assemblymember Kelly is recognized.
I move to previous question.
Seeing that there's a second on this motion, we'll now be moving to a vote on if we should move to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there's a majority of the nays, we will not be moving to previous question and continue our discussion of the bill. Chief Clerk, please close the roll. Assemblymember Pardo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. As stated earlier from my fellow assembly member, modern energy is more expensive. It's 2 to 3 times as more expensive, and smaller houses that would raise the prices in smaller houses and as property tax and everything. So again, I feel like this bill should be killed because, again, to restate it, modern energy is a lot more expensive than, I don't want to say old energy, but before energy. Thank you.
Assemblymember Rawhauser is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I would like to say that in the short term, yes, clean and efficient energy is more expensive. But after multiple years, the rate at which they make their money back compared to other energy sources is very astoundingly high. Also, this is just trying to enable people who were not able to get into clean energy prior the opportunity to do so. So it is up to the choice of the small family family, I guess.
Assemblymember Matijov is recognized. Please, could you say how to pronounce your name?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill, mainly for geographic differences. What works well in an urban part of Nevada might not work well in a rural part of Nevada, and utility costs will vary drastically. So, yeah.
Assemblymember Sayal is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to disagree with the opposers of this bill, and I am in support of this bill. Affordable housing is not truly affordable if the families who live there are slammed with massive utility bills every month because they're stuck with outdated, inefficient systems. Right now, rules can force small homes to plug into older, more expensive utility infrastructure, even when cheaper, cleaner technology exists. This bill cuts that red tape so landlords and nonprofits can build with modern energy-efficient systems that keep the lights on without breaking tenant budgets. Just 1 second. Energy-efficient technologies and small-scale modern systems often cost less to operate over time, but our rules haven't caught up with the technology. That means tenants in affordable units can end up paying more every month for electricity, gas, and water than someone in a newer market rate building. By letting small homes use the best tools available today, this bill turns our utility regulations into a weapon against high living costs instead of a driver of them. In many rural or hard-to-reach parts of Nevada, extending legacy utility lines is so expensive that it kills potential housing projects before they even start. Allowing flexible, efficient alternatives makes it possible to build small homes in places where families need them most, without the price tag of the 20th century infrastructure. This bill unlocks more projects and ensures that the people moving into those homes are not punished with higher monthly bills just because they are low income. Thank you.
Assemblymember Gatrix is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I motion to move to previous question.
Seeing that this motion has been seconded, we'll now be moving to vote on if we should move to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, we will now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there's a majority of the nays, this bill has officially failed. We will now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 248. Assembly Bill number 248.
Assembly Bill 248, an act to make rental housing more accessible in Nevada by requiring landlords to offer tenants the opportunity to pay their security deposit for rental housing in installments and to provide protection for landlords who implement such a policy.
The floor is open for discussion on this bill. Assemblymember Myers is recognized. Assemblymember Schmelzer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Right now, Nevada law allows security deposits up to several months' rent, which can mean thousands of dollars up front for a working family that is already stretched thin. Many people can easily afford the monthly rent, but simply cannot come up with that huge large of sum in one shot. Thank you.
Assemblymember Sayal is recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to agree with Assemblymember Schmelzer here. When a family is trying to move closer to better schools, a new job, or a safer neighborhood, the biggest barrier is often that one large check for a deposit, not their ability to keep up with the rent afterwards. Allowing installment payments can be the difference between staying stuck in a harmful situation and making a life-changing move. This bill gives families a realistic path forward while still protecting landlords' financial interests. Thank you.
Assemblymember Rawhauser is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in abstinence of this bill. I would like to say that paying in installments, while it does help the renter, the people that are the landlord that is renting it out, should be either paid out by the government, the initial amount of money, and then the installments being paid to the government, because time is money, so the money that they do not have at the time will go against their beliefs.
Assemblymember Myers is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to rise in support of this bill. Security deposits are often a big barrier for families that are trying to move into our cities and to take jobs in Nevada. And so assisting them with the security deposits can encourage more people to immigrate here and to populate our cities. And the bill also provides protection for landlords in case the renter cannot pay their security deposit. Thank you.
Assemblymember Pardo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill because of economic concerns like higher construction costs, lower profits margin for develops, and potential impacts of private enterprises. So that means, like, if you want to buy a house and you want to rent it out, it could cause more damage to your house, meaning causing more repairs, meaning higher costs in materials to rebuild or fix your home. So I motion to previous question. Thank you.
Is there a second on that motion? Since there's a second on this motion, we'll now be voting on the motion to move to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Assemblymember Schmelzer, please vote. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, we will now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there is not a majority of the yeas, this bill has officially failed. We'll now be moving on to Senate Bill number 110.
Senate Bill 110, an act regarding multi-parent legal guardianship in the best interests of the child.
The floor is officially open for discussion on this bill. Assemblymember Rawhauser is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would, again, like to rise in absence of this bill. I find that this bill is kind of redundant because the whole point of legal guardianship is in the best interest of the child, and so they will already dispute this in court. And regarding divorcees, this is already enabled.
Assemblymember Garai is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. I'd like to add on to his statement. This is a redundant bill. Everything here is already taken into account for when a divorce or a split up is taken into account. And I believe that this is a bill that is completely unnecessary. Thank you.
Assemblymember Barlow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to make a motion to move to the previous question.
Seeing that there's a second on this motion, we'll now be moving to a vote on the motion of previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, we'll now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there's a majority of the nays, we will now, this bill has officially failed. We will now be moving to a quick recess, just so a couple members can go to the restroom. Thank you. Assembly members, please go to your seats. Lobbyists, please go to the wings. We will now be starting soon. Session is now in order. We'll now be going to Senate Bill number 170.
Senate Bill 170, an act regarding the future of Nevada high schoolers.
And one point of information has been confirmed by the administrative staff that Assembly members cannot yield the floor to other Assembly members. Thank you. The floor is officially open for discussion on this bill. Assemblymember Moore is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am in favor of this bill because I believe this perfectly provides high school students the perfect class with how they can take care of themselves once they graduate. I believe the essential art of cooking and paying taxes and doing all that should be mandated. And although some schools in Nevada do provide a class like that, I believe that if all schools in Nevada have such a class, Nevadan students will be able to take care of themselves more freely. Thank you.
Assemblymember Cardinale is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because schools really don't teach these skills in these classes, in this class, and I believe that it would be very beneficial for the future of students, and it would prepare them for college, learning how to cook, and yeah.
Assemblymember Simeon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because many students I know in high school that were seniors or already graduated, I've heard them complain in the past saying that they don't know what to do in their lives, they don't know how to pay taxes, they're scared, and there's even one that went to a breakdown. And I believe this bill will help students who are graduating be successful in their adult lives.
Assemblymember Houston is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, and I motion to return to previous question.
Point of information, just so you know, rule was brought to my attention. If someone seconds a motion, I have to wait 3 seconds before that second is officially put through. If there are people requesting to speak within those 3 seconds, I have to recognize them first before going into any seconding, just so you guys know. Thank you. And with that being said, Assemblyman Simeon is recognized. No? Okay. Assemblyman Schnauzer is recognized.
Point of personal privilege, I was wondering if you could clarify the question about yielding time. You said we can or cannot yield time to other assembly members.
Good question. So we cannot yield time. No.
Thank you.
Seeing there's no more assemblymen requesting to speak, we'll now be moving to a vote on moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing that there's a majority of the yeas, we will now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll for voting on this bill. Seeing that the majority of the yeas, this bill has officially passed. We'll now be moving on to Assembly Joint Resolution 205.
Assembly Joint Resolution 205. A joint resolution urging Congress to call a convention of the states to propose amendments to the United States Constitution that impose fiscal restraints on the federal government, limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government, and limit the terms of office of federal officials and members of Congress.
I officially yield the floor to Speaker Pro Tempore Assemblyman Maffey, so I may speak on this bill.
Assemblyman Grimmett, like to be recognized.
Test, test. Test, test. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bill. Members of this Assembly, James Madison, writing in Federalist Number 51, posed what he called the central challenge of all self-governance. In framing a government administered by men over men, you must first enable it to control the governed, and then oblige itself to control itself. Control itself. 2 words. 250 years later, the federal government carries almost $40 trillion in debt, piles mandate after unfunded mandate onto the shoulders of our states, and has expanded to a reach so vast that the men who wrote this Constitution would scarcely recognize the creature that bears its name. Something has gone wrong, and Joint Resolution 205 is the remedy our founders already wrote for us. Now, before I make that case, I want to take a moment to explain what this resolution actually does. Because the mechanism it involves is one that not many Americans know about and few have ever seen used. Most of us know the standard way our Constitution gets amended. 2/3 of both chambers of Congress must pass the amendment, and 3/4 of the state must ratify it before it becomes an amendment to the Constitution. This process gave us the Bill of Rights. It abolished slavery. It gave the women the right to vote. And for most of our history, it has worked. Now, here is the difficulty that the founders themselves foresaw. That process requires Congress to propose its own restraint. It asks the very body responsible for our $40 trillion debt to voluntarily, willingly, chain its own hands. Daniel Webster, defending this Constitution on the floor of the Senate many years ago, reminded his colleagues that this document was not made for the generation then living, but for posterity, for all future time. The founders understood that future Congresses might be unwilling to correct themselves, and so they left us a second path, written plainly in Article 5 of the Constitution. If 2/3 of the state legislatures, 34 of them, formally apply for a convention to propose amendments, Congress is constitutionally obligated to call one. The states draft the proposals, then 3/4 of all 50 states must ratify before a single word changes in the Constitution changes. Washington does not hold the pen, we do. Now, this mechanism has never been used in our 250-year history. It has waited quietly in the text of our Constitution, a tool sharpened by the founders and left for a moment when no other tool would reach. That moment, Assembly members, is now. William Jennings Bryan stood before a divided convention and thundered that the working families of this country would not be silenced, that the people, in the end, are the rightful authors of their own destiny. I share his conviction. The families of this nation, the ones who would spend their lifetimes repaying a debt that they never voted for, who watch federal programs crowd out state solutions to problems that states understand better than any agency in Washington, they deserve more than paralysis. They deserve representatives who believe that this republic is still capable of correcting itself, because it is. We are holding the proof. I know there are those who are worried about a convention who ask, reasonably, what prevents it from exceeding its purpose? The answer is the Constitution itself. Any amendment proposed still requires ratification by 38 states, still a three-quarters majority. And it's not a simple majority either, not a bare consensus. The safeguard is not our faith in the process. The safeguard is the architecture of this document. What Joint Resolution 205 asks of this Assembly is not dramatic in the slightest. It asks Nevada to add her voice, formally, constitutionally, to a national call for fiscal restraint, for limits on federal power, and for term limits on those who have made a career of perpetuating both problems. Every state that joins this application brings the nation one step closer to the 34 required. And we are not acting alone here either. In fact, 20 other states have already ratified this resolution. We would be the 21st. Abraham Lincoln once told a fractured nation that the people are the rightful masters of their own government, not to overthrow the Constitution, but to reform it from those who have distorted its meaning. We do not come here today to overthrow anything. We come here to restore fiscal sanity to a government drowning in its own excess, to restore the balance of power between Washington and the states, to restore the quiet but profound promise that this republic can still look in the mirror and choose to be better. The door our founders left open still stands. The key that they forged still works. Vote yes on Joint Resolution 205. Let Nevada turn that key. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to yield my time back to Assemblyman Mr. Grivet.
The floor is now open for discussion of this resolution. Assemblymember Pardo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, but I would first like to say what a beautiful speech you had there. And I would like to motion for next question.
Seeing that there are still a couple of speakers who would like to speak, we will get to them first before we move to voting on that motion. Thank you. Assemblymember Sayal is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to agree, and I'd like to support this bill. I'm not gonna do a whole yap sesh, but yeah, seconded.
Assemblymember Myers is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to rise in support of this bill. I think that our federal government has exceeded its power and it's kind of out of control, and it's time for the states to put that in check. Thank you.
Assemblymember Moore is recognized.
Like many others, I also am in favor of this resolution. The nation's national debt has risen to an exorbitant amount, which should not have happened. And I believe that this resolution will help get rid of that debt and help with furthering the potential of our boys' state. Thank you.
Assemblymember Garai is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to motion to previous question.
Seeing that there are no more Assembly members interested in speaking on this bill, we will now be moving to a vote on this motion, previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing the majority of yeas, we will now be moving to the previous question. Speaker, please open the roll. Seeing the majority of the yeas, this resolution passes unanimously. We'll now be moving on to Senate Bill number 200.
Senate Bill 200, an act that invests in public transportation for its benefits in economic growth, job creation, city growth, tourism, business productivity, and reduction of total household transportation, along with providing local businesses with tax credits for investing in clean energy vehicles.
The floor is now open for discussion of this bill. Assemblymember Matthews is recognized.
In the world today, the U.S. is far behind in public transport. Countries like Japan and China have almost mastered it. And the U.S. traffic congestion is really bad in major cities like New York and L.A., and I think public transport would get rid of that. So, yeah.
Assemblymember Houston is recognized.
Overall, a clean form of public transportation will just help the economy. It will help tourism, like it states, and it will just promote city growth. Overall, just it will help the U.S. substantially, and that's why I think we should pass this bill.
Assemblymember Moore is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am also in favor of this bill. Just like my colleague Assemblyman over here said, the U.S., although technologically superior, has fallen behind in terms of transportation. Just like he said, I believe by investing this money into clean energy vehicles, this will also help with the environment as well. And we will, in no time, will we be able to catch up to other technologically superior nations like China and Japan. Thank you.
Assemblymember Barlow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To piggyback off what all the other assemblymen stated previously, I believe that increase in development for public transportation will not only benefit the environmental state of the country, but also the fiscal, as it would reduce costs in some gas prices as more people would use the public transportation, so I would burn less fossil fuel. And with that, I plan to make a motion to the previous question.
Seeing that there are still people requesting to speak, we'll allow them to speak first before we move on to voting on that motion. Thank you. Assemblymember Garai is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm in support of this bill. I believe that this bill will enforce benefits for both of our environment and both for our people. I believe that we can catch up to modern other countries like China, like Japan, who have mastered transportation, and I do believe that this budget that is asked for can be fulfilled. Thank you.
Assemblyman Moore is recognized. Assemblyman Simeon is recognized. Or Assemblymember, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because investing in this bill will greatly help out the people who are traveling around America, because commonly I always travel around. And places like California, there's always much traffic in the row, and we always have to leave very early. And like what the gentleman over there said, it can also reduce gas prices. And what Gurai said that we do need to catch up with other countries such as Asia and Japan because we're behind.
Member Pardo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this bill, and this bill should pass to stimulate economic growth, reduce traffic congestion, lower household living costs, and incentivize local business to adapt to green technology. So I would like to make a motion for previous question.
Seeing that there are no more people wishing to speak, we'll now be moving to a vote on moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing the majority of the yeas, this motion officially passes, and we'll now be moving to the previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll for voting on this bill. Seeing the majority of the yeas, this bill has officially passed. This we just passed. We'll now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 233.
Assembly Bill 233, an act to strengthen early healthcare workforce development in Nevada by expanding student pathways into medical careers, increasing revelation to clinical experience, and thus addressing shortages in healthcare professionals through education-based initiatives.
The floor is now open for discussion on this bill. Assemblyman Rawhauser is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am in support of this bill. I would say that I am at CSN High School, and personally there is already a program that does practically what the bill says, and it is one of the most efficient ways to get people into the healthcare system. It subtracts 2 years off of their college education, saving them money, as well as putting them into the workforce as soon as possible.
Assemblymember Garai is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. While I do support the entire idea of the bill, I would like to state that the pathway into a medical career is completely judged by the individual, and therefore I believe that this bill comes across as redundant in society. Thank you.
Assemblymember Kelly is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because it can just be a program that helps you figure out a pathway to medical school or through medical school, while also helping us get more doctors and nurses and stuff like that. So it helps the medical system here in Nevada while also helping the people get jobs and high-paying jobs. Thank you.
Assemblymember Matulov is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I just think it gives students at schools a great opportunity to learn about the workforce. And in hospitals, it seems like it has a strong mentorship with kids learning and connecting with medical students and surgeons and physicians.
Assemblyman Zhang is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I believe this bill provides an incentive as well as offers an opportunity for students to enter the healthcare career and career path. And I believe that Nevada is in crucial need of workers like this, right? Nevada consistently ranks in the lowest, like the bottom 10 states for healthcare across like most reporting agencies. And a majority of students in Nevada who are interested in pursuing a career in healthcare leave the state due to better opportunities provided elsewhere. And I believe that by incentivizing students to stay within the state, that will greatly help us in all aspects. And that is all.
Assemblymember Pardo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise of opposition to this bill. I think this bill should fail because it regards significant unqualified state spending without a dedication funding source and violates the Nevada Constitution by mandating new expenses without providing the corresponding revenue needed to cover them. Additionally, it lacks key structure safeguards regarding program implementation. That is my reasoning why this bill should fail. Thank you.
Assemblymember Alvarez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition of this bill. I'd like to point out that a lot of these programs are already put into schools. Many high schools offer CTE programs such as nurse assisting and sports medicine. I know that a lot of magnet schools offer it, and some charter schools in the state of Nevada also offer it. If the point of this is to get people to continue the pathway here, then it should provide incentives for higher education, such as colleges, and the bill does not do so. So in a sense, it's just repeating stuff that is already put into place in the state of Nevada. Thank you.
Assemblymember Barlow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to make a motion to move to the previous question.
Seeing that there are several assembly members who would still like to speak, we will allow them to speak first before we move on to previous question. Thank you. Assemblymember Houston is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because if they have a structure in school, like if students have a structure in school that puts them on the medical path, then we will have more people pursuing the medical career because only about 7% of college freshmen want to do a medical career, and if we up that, it will just overall help economy and the profession of medical care.
Assemblymember Bodenstadt is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. This is due to Nevada ranks 49th in primary care. There are simply not enough doctors for the rapidly growing population. Also, the more early you can implement the program, the better quality of healthcare overall.
Assemblymember Moore is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am also in favor of this bill. Although Nevada and high schools do provide healthcare programs throughout public schools, magnet schools, etc., not all of them do that, unfortunately. And by passing this bill, this will help establish a way for students early on to have a way into the healthcare program. Therefore, by passing this bill, more students will be in the healthcare workforce, and as my colleague Assemblyman said over there, we are on a shortage of doctors. Therefore, this bill should pass. Thank you.
Assemblymember Pardo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I rise in opposition to this bill. Like Mr. Moore said, some schools don't offer it. That is correct. But schools do offer internships as a junior to senior during the summer or during spring break to either internship as a nurse or in the ER or along those lines. So yes, the schools still do provide that. All of Nevada schools provide an internship. So I feel like this bill should not pass at all, and If there's no one else, I would like to move to previous question. Thank you.
Seeing as there's still assembly members who would like to speak, we will wait until they've had their chance, and then we'll move to voting on the motion previous question. Thank you. Assemblymember Zong is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I rise in support of this bill. As Assemblymember Moore previously stated, regarding what Assemblymember Pardo has to say about the internships offered by high schools for like nursing and other related programs, while this may be true, these programs are oftentimes not advertised or told to the student population. For example, I myself go to a Nevada high school, and I did not know of this, so that shows that like there's not adequate advertisement for these internship programs. Furthermore, regarding the point that there should be incentive for higher education, I believe that this bill does provide that. For example, they provide, in Section 2, it states that they provide mentorship, guidance, and application support for college and medical school preparation. Furthermore, the state, in Section 3, it says the state shall fund and expand access to advanced placement and dual credit science coursework in high schools. And these credits oftentimes transfer into college and higher education, which would lower costs and therefore be an incentive for students who wish to seek a future in these related fields. And that is all. Thank you.
Assemblymember Alvarez is recognized.
I again rise in opposition of this bill. I'd like to highlight that a lot of my peers have explained that one of the main issues is that not all high schools or other secondary schools offer the programs for healthcare. But I'd like to point out that if we started to implement a lot of those programs into all the high schools, it would be a large amount of money, and then it would also not be fair to other industries like, let's say, engineering, construction, things like that. Then would we have to implement programs for all that? It would be too costly. Thank you.
Assemblymember Rawhauser is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I rise in support of the bill. I would say this bill generally just increases accessibility of the medical career pathway, which I think is like of the utmost importance in this nation. I think it possibly even outweighs engineering, because in order to keep an engineering like a good engineering division within the country, you need healthcare to support them at their lowest moments when they're injured, for example. And also, regarding the lack of high school programs, the fact that people don't know about them should say for itself that there really are not accessible.
Assemblymember Barlow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like I said again, I would like to make a motion to the previous question.
Seeing that there's still assembly members who would like to speak, we will allow them to have their chance to speak, and then we'll move on to voting on previous question. Thank you. Assemblymember Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. As said in Section 4, it does provide the fact that it will provide merit-based scholarships, leading training preparation for the medical field, and research opportunities for students. Now, while this might sound face front as a good thing, it will put a lot of strain on money, and not only will it affect schools around, but it will also affect our economy as a state, putting much strain in a decrease in economic growth. I will also like to build off of another point that schools do offer internships, and that a school altogether is an individual thing when it comes to promotion and when it comes to accessibility that they should on their own be stating. Thank you.
Assemblymember Masioff is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I rise in support of this bill. Like Assemblyman Moore said, we not only have some of the worst healthcare quality in the entire country, we also have some of the worst shortages of healthcare workers in the entire country. And I think if spending more money means getting Nevada from 49th to somewhere on the top within the next decade or two, I think that is a worthy cause to spend the $28 billion that Nevada has to spend. And it pretty much reduces future staffing shortages in hospitals and clinics. So I see no bad in this bill.
Assemblymember Padro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I rise in opposition to this bill. The bill requires massive state funding for AP and dual credit courses, merit-based scholarships, and research. Grants opponents should argue that this impress unsolicited burden of the state's general fund diverting tax dollars from other mandated public programs, and that was Section 3 and 4. And then in Section 1 and 2, sending unsupervised high school minors into an advice hospital and healthcare institution raises massive health, privacy, and medical malpractitioners and liability red flags. And that is my statement, and thank you.
Assemblymember Garai is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. Before I make the motion to return to previous question, I do want to ask everyone here that the economy being decreased from the amount that we put into this bill is a guaranteed thing. What is not guaranteed is the chances that students may or may not take into these programs that we put in. With that, I would like to motion to previous question. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly members Houston and Rawhauser, would you still like to speak before I move to previous question? Assemblymember Houston is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I just want to say that if they implement this program into public schools, it will overall help our education in public schools as well, because medical practice in general requires a high level of education, and that will just overall provide incentive. If the student has a passion for medical practice, then it will provide an incentive for them to try harder in school and hopefully boost our, education.
Assemblymember Rawhauser is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I would like to rise to support this bill. I think education is at the utmost importance, and allocating funds towards education should be our priority, because education continues our nation. Without education, we would not have any workforce in the future, and that would destroy the entire nation. So allocating more money towards education should be at one of our top priorities. Also, we just passed a bill that was $75 million annually. This bill most likely will cost less than $75 million annually, and the $75 million bill was to address public transportation, and I think education is at a higher priority than the public transportation system.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill and what Assemblyman Rothhauser said. And I would also like to make a motion to finally bring this to the previous question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I rise opposite of this bill. Again, I'm going to talk about Section 4. Section 4 creates a brand new competitive healthcare interaction program. Opponents can easily argue that the duplicate the state's existing Nevada system of higher education, financial aid fireworks. Point out that creating another redundant state board to oversee these scholarships is a waste of taxpayers' monies. And as Mr. Houston said about if kids were really serious about going to be a doctor and getting all that education in, then they'll be serious enough to ask their school board, asking if they can do internships, or going to ERs or going to doctors to ask if they have internships for people their age or in high school, if they really wanted to do that or if they really wanted to pursue that. So they would go to either colleges, hospitals, or the school board and ask them if they had internships, jobs, or openings that they could do or would want to do. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I again rise in opposition of this bill. I have noticed that a lot of these assembly members have shifted the conversation into education, and I'd like to highlight that that is a good argument. Education is something we should prioritize as a state, but again, we are only focusing on healthcare right now, so if we implement on this, what about the other fields of interest that these students may have? And I'd also like to point out that a lot of hospitals in Nevada offer volunteer opportunities for students interested in the medical field, and if we introduce money into this topic, it could start those hospitals may have to start paying these students, and then it will also weaken them because now they're wasting money on the internships that were previously free. Thank you.
I'd like to say that the internships that these students could receive are typically unpaid in college, and they're mainly for volunteering, so you can reach a certain amount of hours, so you can actually pursue a medical license. Also, this program that would be implemented, the AP program, would just give students a boost over the edge to kind of get ahead of the curve and become those medical professionals that they want to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. You all point out the educational factor into this, but you must also look at the bigger picture when it comes to the finance that has to go into this. Not only does it put a strain on the entire state, but it also puts a strain on the smaller families. It puts a strain on the bigger families, everyone as a collective total. And that these scholarships are just not going to be able to be paid for. And I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I rise to oppose this bill. And so, according to section 1 and 3, I'm gonna be not attacking, but I'm gonna be talking about section 1 and 3. The state is facing noble challenges in retaining and recreating qualified science education. So it would be harder for schools to apply. So again, students can go to hospitals and all that to get that and get paid interns, because there's many hospitals and internships that will pay for college students or high school students who would want to have a career in this. Thank you.
Assemblymember Houston is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I just want to say that this program would also just help students discover ways that they can get into this profession, and overall, that is just helpful for them to get into the colleges they want and the profession they want. And I also ask to divide the House.
Point of information, we can't really divide the House here. Sorry. Assemblymember Matubov.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I rise in support of this bill. And as Assemblyman said over here, yeah, the conversation did drift from education to healthcare, but I think healthcare is as important, if not more important. And also, it did not just talk about healthcare, it talked about STEM programs. And that means more kids getting involved in engineering and maybe making some life-saving device later on in the future. And it also strengthens rural healthcare. So Nevada has a lot of rural cities, and I think bringing kids from rural cities. It helps gain access to a lot of medical pathways that we lack.
Assemblymember Sayal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am in support of this bill, and I motion that we move on to the previous question. Thank you.
Seeing that there are still assembly members who would like to speak on this bill, we will allow them to speak, and then we'll move to the vote on previous question. Thank you. Assemblymember Razong is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As again, I rise in support of this bill. I would just like to address some points made by Assembly Member Pardo over here. He stated that students who want to pursue a future in healthcare would seek the opportunities to do so. The problem with this is that there are not enough students seeking these opportunities. Not enough students want to pursue a future in the healthcare system. That is what we're trying to fix. That's what we're trying to solve. Nevada, as previously stated, ranks amongst the lowest states in healthcare, and we need to provide an incentive for students to pursue that future. We need Nevada to have a better healthcare system, which would in turn improve everything around it. Right? Healthcare it could be considered one of the backbones of a state's okay, just to be considered one of the backbones of a state, right? With better healthcare means that more employees are taking less sick days off, which in turn boosts the economy even more. And on top of that, the healthcare economy is just one that is highly profitable, and that would also improve the economy in the long run for Nevada. Thank you.
Assemblymember Padro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposite to this bill. Like Assembly Member Zhang said, that there's not enough students that are pursuing that. That is correct. And so if there's not enough students pursuing that, why would we want to put that in the school and waste school funds for education for that? Why they can actually go out on their own time and do their own thing for their mentorship or something like that, because it's a waste of money if not enough kids want to do it in schools. Thank you.
Assemblymember Houston is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, and I just want to comment on what Mr. Pardo said, that they do not know of their passion, or it's just to help discover it. And so if they don't have it at their school, they're not going to really know about these opportunities. I mean, they can, but it's just to help them discover their passion for the career in that case.
Assemblymember Hauser is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of personal privilege, would we be able to set a limit on the time after someone motions to move to previous question? Just so it's not just, it doesn't continue on forever? Or is that not able to be happening?
I'll take thank you, Assemblymember Hauser. Assemblymember. I'll take a motion on that. If you guys motion for it, second it, and it passes, then we can implement that. Assemblymember Zhang.
I would just like to state, at this point, I do not feel like we're going to be able to influence each other's opinions on this topic any further. I feel like any further speaking will just be wasting time, and I believe that we should all just vote on this bill. Thank you. Oh yeah, and as such, I motion to move to previous question if no one has any further points to remain.
Seeing that there are no more assembly members who would like to speak on this bill, we are now moving to a vote on previous question. All right, Chief Clerk, please start the roll. Assemblymember Sayal, please remember to vote. Seeing the majority of the yeas, this motion passes, and we're now moving to previous question. Clerk, Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing the majority of the yeas, this bill has officially passed. Point of information, just so you guys know, we will be having a recess at 1:30 for lunch. And that being said, the bill that we will cover next will most likely have to be tabled, so for when we come back, we can discuss it as well, without having to be rushed. With that being said, we will now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 193.
Assembly Bill 193, an act to improve student safety by establishing mandatory training standards for all school crossing guards operating within the state of Nevada.
The floor is open for discussion on this bill. Assemblymember Garai is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. This bill states to improve student safety by establishing mandatory training standards for all school crossing guards. I think this is absolutely necessary when it comes to the safety of the children and the safety of the people. Not only that, but the safety of the drivers. And with that, I would like to motion to previous question.
Seeing that there are still Assembly members who would like to speak on this bill, we'll allow them to speak and then move to previous question. Thank you. Assemblymember Rawhauser, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to point out that there already is mandatory training for cross guards, and that's already instituted. So, I don't think this bill really does anything.
Assemblymember Matthew is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in full support of this bill. My freshman year, I had a teacher and a student fatally killed in 2 car crash accidents right on school property. And so I see lots of reasons for this, because then we had 2 more injuries in those following years around my school in Las Vegas at Clark High School. So I see all the reasons to have this passed. Thank you.
Assemblymember Padro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. And as of my 6th grade year in middle school, one of my best friends did get hit by a car, and a crossing guard had no clue how to stop the car or what to do when they were crossing the street. And so I guess that means they need more mandatory training and everything to keep all the children safe, and not so nobody gets injured, them and the children. And so it's mandatory for their safeties and everybody else's safety, including the crossing guards, the kids, and the person driving the car. Thank you.
Assemblymember Simeon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. During my sophomore year of high school, there is this middle schooler who was crossing the street to get to my high school, and he was also run over by a speeding car. So I believe that we should pass this bill to ensure more training for cross guards. I yield my time.
Assemblymember Sayal is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to say I'm sorry to all of you guys who have dealt with loss or friends getting hurt during the crosswalk. And I am in support of this bill after hearing all of these sad stories. And I also motion to previous question. Thank you.
Seeing as there are still Assembly members who would like to speak on this bill, we'll allow them to speak before moving on to voting on the motion to previous question. Thank you. Assemblymember Barlow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize, but I was also going to motion for that. I didn't know that my speaker button was on, but yeah. So I would like you said, I would like to motion to Motion to previous question.
Assemblymember Rawhauser, would you like to continue to speak on this bill before moving to previous question? Assemblymember Rawhauser is recognized.
I just want to clarify one thing. This bill is to establish mandatory training standards. So that's what I was addressing in my first statement. I think this is still, like, I think improving the mandatory training is a very good idea. But based on what the bill says in its opening statement, it says to establish, and it has already been established.
Seeing as there are no more assembly members who would like, oh, never mind. Wait. You want to speak on it, Assemblymember Padro? Assemblymember Padro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Yes, it does say in the beginning what Mr. Rojas said, but it's not established, actually. It's not required. It's what they want to do. So I feel like it should be mandatory instead of established. Thank you. And I motion to move to previous question.
Seeing as there are no more assembly members who would like to speak on this bill, and I've been moving to vote on the motion previous question, Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing the yeas have the majority, we'll now be moving to a vote on the previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing the majority of yeas, this bill has officially passed. Considering it is 1:27 as of right now, I'll be calling this assembly to recess until after lunch. Thank you. Assembly members, please start heading to your seats. We're going to get started soon. Thank you so much. Is everyone ready? Yes, sir. This assembly is now in order. Thank you so much. We'll now be moving on to Senate Bill number 153.
Senate Bill 153, an act reducing the language barrier in healthcare to ensure that patients receive equal quality care regardless of their background and to prevent errors derived from miscommunications.
The floor is now open for discussion on Bill number 153. Assemblymember Rawhauser is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I think that context is always key when you're evaluating stuff, and inside of the hospital, that is especially true. For example, if someone is coming on vacation, they don't speak English, as like many would, and they get injured, and they're not able to communicate with the people like about their medication that they take daily, or about their like illnesses that they have.
Assemblymember Alvarez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I think we all understand that Nevada, especially Southern Nevada, is a very diverse place. We have tourists, we have people from all over the world come to Southern Nevada. So having the option to provide healthcare that is enough to support people who may not speak English, such because we have many tourists, I think it's important that we provide that same healthcare that we would to anyone within Nevada. It's important that everybody has access to it because we wouldn't want anyone to be hurt by not having this available. And the bill does have a lot of languages that it chose languages that are most popular within Nevada. So I think that's it's important that that's highlighted. Thank you.
Assemblymember Kelly is recognized.
Yeah, so I don't see anything wrong with this. Miscommunications happen a lot in hospitals, so if there's translators to help people from different ethnic backgrounds, then that's all good. And so I move to the previous question.
Seeing as there are still assembly members who would like to speak on this bill, we will allow them the chance to do so before moving to previous question. Thank you. Assemblymember Padra is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Me, myself, being Mexican, and my grandma being full Mexican and not fluent in English at all. I used to be a translator for her when I was a little kid, no matter what, when she doctor's appointments, dentist appointments, and now I don't live with her. So I feel like this bill is perfect for minorities that don't speak English. And so I feel like this bill should pass. It's a great bill, and it helps a bunch of other people, not just minorities, but also kids and all that stuff that need help speaking, learning how to speak English, learning how to speak other language. Thank you so much.
Assemblymember Matyov is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, mainly because it improves patient safety. If there's a language barrier, doctors may get wrong medications and dosages, and patients may express symptoms, and doctors may interpret them wrong because of the language barrier. So, yeah.
Assemblymember Barlow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that we can all agree that this bill should be passed, and I'd like to make a motion to the previous question.
Assemblymember Moore, would you like to speak before this bill is passed? Seeing as there are no other assembly members who would like to speak on this bill, we will now be moving to voting on the motion to previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Assemblymember Sayal, please remember to vote. Seeing as the yeas have the majority, we will now be moving to voting on this bill. Speaker or Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing as the yeas have the majority, this bill has officially passed. We will now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 164.
Assembly Bill 164, an act to improve accessibility to healthcare in more rural areas, which will then reduce mortality rates in rural areas.
The floor is now open for discussion on this bill. Assemblymember Schmelzer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Improving rural healthcare also saves money in the long run by catching problems early instead of paying for emergency flights, intensive care stays, and late-stage treatments. A strong local clinic that can handle chronic diseases, basic emergencies, and prenatal care is far cheaper and far more humane than watching problems spiral until they become life or death crises out in these rural areas. Thank you.
Assemblymember Moore is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So already there are bills already that, well, not, let me rephrase that. There's already stuff on this matter relating to healthcare access in rural Nevada. It's challenging and it's improving, and I believe that this bill will help with that more and further improve healthcare access to rural Nevadans. Therefore, this bill should pass. Thank you.
Assemblymember Gatrix is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I'd like to say that any improvement on healthcare is great for the state, and no matter how small it is, it would just help.
Assemblymember Garai is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. While I do want to notice that this bill is very respectable, I do want to point out that if we do engage in a larger opportunity for healthcare, the quality of that healthcare will decrease in the funds department. So I, again, am in opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Assemblymember Sayal is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, that was a little quiet. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say I am in favor of this bill. I'd like to also add that rural residents are often the backbone of our agriculture, mining, and energy sectors. Yet they are asked to accept worse healthcare access than people in cities. That trade-off is unfair and unsustainable. Business can thrive when workers are sick or afraid they'll die waiting for care. By investing in clinics, providers, and innovative delivery models in rural areas, this bill honors the people who keep our state's essential industries running. Thank you.
Assemblymember Padro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this bill. The reason is because no matter what, where you live, how you live, rural, not rural, you should all get the same health care no matter what. And so that's why this bill should pass. Because you're human, everybody's human, so this bill should pass. So everybody has the correct health care and the same health care. Thank you.
Assemblymember Barlow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To piggyback off of what Assemblyman Pardo said, I am 100% sold on this bill. Increasing healthcare in rural areas will not only maintain the backbone of this great state, but also help it thrive. So, with that, I would like to make a motion to the previous question.
Assemblymembers Rawhauser and Matty Wolf, would you still like to speak on this bill? Seeing as there are still Assembly members who would like to speak on this bill before moving to previous question, we will allow them to speak before moving. Assemblymember Rawhauser, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. While this bill does have very good intentions, I would say there are some things that should be cleared up about this bill. It says that the state shall give an assortment of incentives in order to persuade more healthcare professionals to operate in rural areas. It does not specify what healthcare or what incentives they're trying to give, so I don't think it actually incentivizes people to move to rural areas. Even though it does, it will get some medical professionals to move. I don't think it should specify what incentives that they are giving to get people to move to rural areas in medical care.
Seeing as there is no more Assembly members who wish to speak on this bill, we'll now be moving to a vote on the motion of previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Assembly members Moore and Houston, please remember to vote. Seeing as the ayes have the majority, we'll now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing as the ayes have the majority, this bill has officially passed. We will now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 162.
Assembly Bill 162, An act establishes standards for labeling snack sizes as party size and family size.
The floor is now open for discussion on this bill. Assemblymember Zhang is recognized.
I'm gonna be honest, right? There's no really harm to passing this bill, but at the same time, I don't really think we should pass it. Let me give an example, right? Oreos, we all know their serving size is incredibly small, right? I believe it's like 2 to 3 cookies that act as one serving. So you're telling me that a container with, let's say, what, 12 Oreos can be labeled as family size? Like that just really doesn't make sense to me. Like I don't see how chips being labeled family size or party size really harms anyone. I don't see a reason as to why we should pass this bill. If anything, I feel like it'd make it more misleading if we have such like a small container being labeled as party size. Thank you.
Assemblymember Padro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill because 1, it's false labeling. 2, snack size is about that big. So if that's party size, then party size must be gigantic size then, or something like that. But I oppose to this bill because, again, false advertising, not right, small proportions, and I rest my case. Thank you.
Assemblymember Sayal is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am not in support of this bill, and I really don't think that there's much debating left to do on this. So I motion to the second question, the previous question. Thank you.
Assemblymembers Zhang and Padro, would you still like to speak on this bill before moving to previous question? Okay. Seeing as there are no more Assembly members who would wish to speak on this bill before moving to previous question, we will now vote on the motion to move to previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing as the yeas have the majority, we'll now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing the unanimous support for failing this bill has failed. We will now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 257.
Assembly Bill 257. An act, the purpose of this bill is to allocate resources to determine if it would be beneficial to split the Clark County School District into multiple districts.
The floor is now open for discussion on this bill. Assemblymember Garai is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. I do believe that one entirely big district is enough to speak for many schools. I feel like that to divide that district would just complicate more communication that is bad enough. Thank you.
Assemblymember Alvarez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition of this bill. I believe that by splitting up the Clark County School District, funds will have to be divided among schools more, and then also, if it is based on enrollment, then some counties will receive. I mean, if it is divided, then the counties will be. Some may be receiving less funding than others, simply based on demographics. And then I'd also like to say that the money that they're trying to allocate for this research project could be just put towards the school instead of trying to make another problem. Thank you.
Assemblymember Barlow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To piggyback off what Mr. Alvarez said, I feel like the two main reasons why we should fail this bill is due to just a miscommunication that would arise from just a split of various school districts, and also like you said, the funding towards various schools, as I know many schools in northern Las Vegas, such as Desert Pines and Cimarron, have lacked in their set budget to receive, and they haven't met it. So that's why I believe we should all be in opposition of this bill. Thank you.
Assemblymember Rawhauser is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. First, I would like to point out that it is to determine whether it's beneficial. And I think that is a very good idea. Determining whether we should split one of the largest school districts, I don't know, I think in the state, would help determine whether it is actually a good thing to do. Would we save money this way? Would we get better test scores? These would all happen because of a research thing. And if it doesn't happen, it is still $250,000, which would be the entire sum of money that would be needed for this, which is a relatively small amount of money for the benefit that we could get from it.
Assemblymember Zong is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. While I do oppose this bill, I have a few things to address. First, regarding the funding issue, I think this bill is intended to try and fix that funding issue, as stated in Section 1. It says schools in the CCSD school district range from the suburbs of Nevada, such as Summerlin, where funding is not needed as much, to central areas such as North Las Vegas, where funding is lacking. So I believe allocating resources to determine if it would be beneficial, it would be trying to see whether or not if splitting the county would help fix these issues regarding funding. However, the bill itself is not doing that. On top of that, I believe $250,000 being allocated to determine this is kind of an overkill, if I must say. I don't know, maybe I'm not an expert on educational structure, consultants or whatever, but I don't think $250,000 is necessary, and for that reason, I believe this bill should fail. Thank you.
Assemblymember Guerra is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I motion to previous question.
Assemblymember Padre, would you like to speak in this bill before moving to previous question? Seeing as there are assembly members who would still like to speak on this bill before moving to previous question, we will allow them a chance to speak before doing so. Assemblymember Padre is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this bill because one reason is Clark County approximately has 304,000 students. It is the fifth largest school district in the United States, while compared to, let's say, Washoe County is approximately 63,670 students. And so I feel like if we split them into districts, more kids with disabilities will have a better chance at getting better teaching, more focus on them and everything. So I feel like if we split Clark County into multiple counties, it will be better for the students and hopefully better test scores. I rest my case. Thank you.
Assemblymember Guerra is recognized. No.
A motion to previous question.
Seeing as there are no more assembly members interested in speaking on this bill, we will now be moving to a vote on previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing as the yeas have the majority, we will now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing as the nays have the majority, this bill is officially failed. We will now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 197.
Assembly Bill 197, an act allowing the training of 16 and 17-year-olds in Nevada for certain healthcare professions.
The floor is now open for discussion. Assemblymember Zhang is recognized. Assemblymember Padro is recognized. Assemblymember Smelzer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because it will allow young high schoolers who are wanting to get in the medical career a jump start in their process and school. So, yeah, thank you.
Assemblymember Garai is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill to build off of Schmelzer's statement. Yes, I do believe in the opportunity to give a better age requirement in learning more about the medical field, as it will allow more pathways for students. Thank you.
Assemblymember Zhang is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I think this bill is quite similar to the one we passed earlier, except it's more focused on the actual profession rather than the educational portion of it. And I think it also addresses some of the concerns that were shown in the previous bill regarding safety or whatever, with Section 3 saying that individuals must provide written consent and proof of enrollment in learning programs. And then, as stated earlier, Nevada is deeply in need of healthcare professionals. We rank very lowly within the nation regarding these issues, and having this age being lowered from 18 to 16 would greatly improve that. That is all. Thank you.
Assemblymember Moore is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just like Assemblyman Zhang said, this bill perfectly coincides with Bill 233, which, as mentioned previously, was about strengthening the healthcare workforce development. I believe this will perfectly strengthen Bill 197 because it perfectly aligns with some of the elements from 233. Therefore, I believe this bill should be passed because it provides a good foundation for students who are interested in a medical profession. Thank you.
Assemblymember Alvarez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Although it is similar to the one that I was against previously, the difference between this one and the other is that this one isn't requiring any more funding. It isn't requiring any more extra effort. It is simply bringing the age down to already existing programs, which I think goes with the point that my peers were trying to go for earlier, which is that they want to help young people go into the healthcare profession, and I think this does just that without having to cost as much money as the previous one did. Thank you.
Assemblymember Barlow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To piggyback off what Assemblyman Alvarez said, this would greatly help bring younger kids into the career development process, especially in the healthcare industry. And I believe that we are all in agreement. So I would like to make a motion to the previous question.
Assemblymembers Padro and Alvarez, would you like to speak on this bill before moving to previous question? No? Seeing as there are no more Assembly members interested in speaking on this bill, we'll now be moving to vote on the motion to previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing the majority of the yeas, we'll now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Assemblymember Maffey, please remember to vote. Seeing the majority of the yeas, this bill has officially passed. We will now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 192.
Assembly Bill 192, an act raising the minimum wage in Nevada and altering overtime pay laws to combat inflation and reduce poverty.
The floor is now open for discussion on this bill. Assemblymember Schmelzer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to give a point of information. The Nevada statewide minimum wage is $12 per hour.
Assemblymember Garai is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the opposition to this bill. Right now, we are currently in a time of when inflation is almost at its highest, and that is from also a doing of increasing that minimum wage. The minimum wage used to be around $9, $11, if I'm correct. Now it is at around $12, as was just stated by Point. I do believe by increasing minimum wage, it will contradict what this purpose of the bill is, to combat inflation and reduce poverty, as it will do the complete opposite and instead endorse it. Thank you.
Assemblymember Padro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I think we should raise minimum wage for young people like us that are working and stuff, that because we're getting ready to move out, go to college, we need to pay for college, housing, and all that. And then with the pay laws for combative inflation and reduce poverty, I don't think that's going to affect much, because in 2023 the minimum wage was $10.25. Now it's in 2024 it was $12, and it's stayed the same thing. It's only been up $2, so I don't think it's going to affect them much. Thank you.
Assemblymember Rahazo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. This bill is consisted of two parts. The first part I disagree with. The second part I agree with. So I think the employee wage should not be raised, because that will just in turn raise the prices at the place that they're working, regardless of what it is. They're not gonna mandate it to say, oh, you can't raise your prices, because they'll just come up with something to say, oh, we had to because of some like superficial reason. But for part two, where overtime hours should be eligible if you do not work a full-time job, I think that is true. If you're working over your specified time, you should be paid overtime hours.
Assemblymember Barlow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of information, as of 2025, Nevada was ranked 22nd in the average minimum wage, which is the medium range, with Washington State having $16 and Wyoming having $7.25 as its lowest.
Assemblymember Kelly is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I think I can agree that Section 2 is a good bill, but Section 1, you are going to college, you are going to need more money to start paying for these classes. So I rise in opposition. I rise in support. Thank you.
Assemblymember Padro is recognized.
I want to make a motion to move to previous question.
Assembly members Kelly and Schmelzer, would you like to speak on this bill before moving to the previous question? Seeing as there are no more Assembly members interested in speaking on this bill, we'll now be moving to a vote on the motion to previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing the majority of yeas, we will now be moving to the vote on this bill. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing as the yeas have reached the majority, this bill has officially passed. Well, we'll now be moving on to Senate Bill number 198.
Senate Bill 198, an act requiring juvenile courts in Nevada to provide optional text message or email reminder notices of scheduled court appearances to a child and the child's parent or guardian.
The floor is now open for discussion. Assemblymember Sayal is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say I am in favor of this bill. We already know reminder systems work. Doctors use them so people don't miss appointments. Schools use them so parents don't miss meetings. And people rely on them for everything from bills to birthdays. There is no reason our juvenile courts should be stuck in the past when a low-cost text could prevent a teenager from getting deeper into the system. This bill doesn't ask courts to be softer on crime. It asks to be smarter about communication. I yield my time. Thank you.
Assemblymember Myers is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I think it's very reasonable, and it would cost next to nothing, and it would prevent a lot more people from getting in trouble and getting more in trouble than they already are for missing court. Thank you.
Assemblymember Mathieu is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, mainly just because it improves court appearance rates. One of the main problems in juvenile justice is kids forgetting and not showing up to court, and it's usually about confusion and lack of schedule. And this would also help reduce negative consequences for minors. So, yeah.
Assemblymember Moore is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am also in favor of this bill. I believe that this will, of course, cost next to nothing. And even though already some juvenile courts are mandating this, I believe it should be mandated for all juvenile courts because there are already severe repercussions just for missing a court appearance. Therefore, I believe this bill should be passed. Thank you.
Assemblymember Padro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this bill, and I motion for a previous question.
Seeing as there are no more Assembly members who wish to speak on this bill, we'll now be moving to a vote on the motion to move to previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing as the yeas have the majority, we'll now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing as the yeas have the majority, this bill is officially passed. We will now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 156.
Assembly Bill 156, an act relating to the people of Las Vegas and its surrounding communities, i.e. Henderson, specifically those who use the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada, and providing temporary stability for those who rely on those services.
The floor is now open for discussion. Assemblymember Barlow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel like we kind of already covered this topic in the last public transportation bill that we did before our recess. So even though it seems decent, I feel like we should fail it just because it's already, parts of it are already implicated in the last bill that we passed. I rest my case.
Assemblymember Cardinale is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because, well, point of information first. Last time the RTC price has been raised in Las Vegas was 15 years ago. So if it hasn't been changed for so long, then why should we change it for the next 10 years? Thank you.
Assemblymember Garai is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. While this bill is admirable, we have already covered it in a previous other bill, and I feel like passing this would just be redundant. So I am in opposition. Thank you.
Assemblymember Rawhauser is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. While we did pass previous legislature, that is going to the Senate, which will then go to the governor if it is passed. And so we still do not know. So I think that decision should be made by the governor of the state.
Assemblymember Moore is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as someone who lives in Southern Nevada and I've seen people use RTC, I don't believe raising the fare prices would help with anything. And just like Assemblyman Cardinale said, we haven't raised it in the past 15 years, so I see no reason to raise it any further. Thank you.
Assemblymember Kelly is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to previous question.
Assemblymembers Houston, Cardinale, and Alvarez, would you still like to speak on this bill before moving to previous question? Seeing as there are still Assembly members who would like to speak on this bill before moving to previous question, we will let them speak first. Assemblymember Alvarez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say that I rise in opposition of this bill, simply because, as we have seen, the price has already not been raised in 15 years, and within those 15 years, there have been many changes to the economy, such as pandemics and other issues, and clearly, if nothing has changed the price so far, then bringing this bill forward towards the governor or towards the Senate would simply be a waste of time. Thank you.
Assembly Member Houston is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because the previous bill we passed on public transportation was more devoting money to improve it, while this is to help the economic growth of it and the use of it, because if the fare stays the same, then people will be more prone to use it. Otherwise, if it get raised, then, I don't know, statistically, I have a feeling that people won't want to use it as much.
Assembly Member Guerra is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I motion to previous question.
Seeing as there are no more Assembly members wishing to speak on this bill, we'll now be moving to the vote on the motion in previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing as the ayes have the majority, we'll now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing as the ayes have failed to reach the majority, this bill is officially failed. We'll now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 186.
Assembly Bill 186, an act to expand green energy and solar power.
The floor is officially open for discussion on this bill. Assemblymember Schmelzer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in neither opposition or to support this bill. I would just like to mention that I feel that this is a good idea, but it does raise the question of how much it would cost, and it has to have financial ideas to it. Thank you.
Assemblymember Sayal is recognized.
Question for you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for, So, hypothetically, if everyone were to like not put a vote, abstain, then what would it end up being?
So in order for a bill to pass, it needs to reach a majority via the yeas, if I'm correct. I believe I am, yeah. So let's say that we have 20 people in here, right? 20 assembly members.
Correct.
If a bill were to get 9 yeas, 3 nays, and the rest abstentions, it wouldn't pass. So just a majority of the votes counted is not enough. You need to have a majority of the yeas. So in that situation, if the majority of the people refuse to vote on it, then it would fail. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Assemblymember Myers is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. It gives no parameters for the cost of this, which would likely be very expensive. Thank you.
Assemblymember Padro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. Just like Mr. Myers, he said that there's no given amount of money, so we can't just assume how much it is or how we're going to get it. So I think that's why this bill should pass, because it doesn't specify how much or where they're going to get it. Thank you.
Assemblymember Matioff is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the bill, as well as Mr. Myers. Like he said, there is no clear funding source, so we don't know where the money comes from. And it's very slow, it seems. There's multiple layers, and you need a planning committee, a site selection process, a legislative approval, a second oversight commission, and private contracting after approval. And the committee only has 5 years just to report findings, so I just find this bill not worth it.
Assemblymember Garai is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I motion to previous question.
Assemblymembers Houston and Moore, would you like to speak on this bill before moving to previous question? Seeing as there are no more assembly members interested in speaking on this bill, we'll now be moving to a vote on the motion to previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing as the ayes have the majority, we'll now be moving to previous question. Speaker, please, or Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing as the nays have the majority, this bill has officially failed. Correction to what I said earlier, abstains don't count as votes cast. They're simply abstaining from voting. So as long as the yeas receive a majority relative to the nays, then the bill will pass. Thank you. We'll now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 125.
Assembly Bill number 125, an act involving the encouragement of new medical practitioners in Nevada.
The floor is now open for discussion. Assemblymember Schmelzer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because not only will, looking at the bill, it wants to create a scholarship to drive people to go to medical careers. So, sorry, I think I'm reading the wrong bill. I am so sorry. I apologize.
An act involving the encouragement of new medical practitioners in Nevada.
Point of information, I think this bill is wrong because it's on the screen it says regarding implementation of negative income tax. While here it says involving the encouragement of new medical practitioners in Nevada.
Yeah, we're working it out. Point of information, so the bill up there on the screens is wrong. But we will be proceeding with AB 125 as it is seen on your guys' computers. Again, the title of AB 125 is an act involving the encouragement of new medical practitioners in Nevada. So that bill is the correct one we'll be discussing. Regarding voting, just assume that we'll be voting on this bill instead of the one that's up there. Assemblymember Alvarez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the bill that is presented in front of me. This bill is just an incentive of a scholarship, a single scholarship, that will have people work hard towards the healthcare profession, which I think won't cost a lot of money, being that it's only being handed out to one person, while still encouraging multiple people to work hard for this healthcare profession. So it won't be as costly as any previous healthcare incentive that has been brought up. Thank you.
Assemblymember Barlow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the points of Mr. How do you say your name? Smeltzer and Assemblymember Alvarez. Their points are both correct, and I think we can all agree that we should pass this bill, and therefore I motion to previous question.
Seeing as many Assembly members are still interested in speaking on this bill before moving to previous question, we will allow them to speak first before moving on to the motion or voting on the motion to move to previous question. Assemblymember Garai, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. This bill not only covers the opportunity for medical practitioners, but it also covers the financial part of it, because it only provides one scholarship that is available to multiple occupations. So therefore, it is both money friendly and it also works out for the students. Thank you.
Assemblymember Rawhauser is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill because of Section 3. It states, a contract will be provided with recipients that requires residence and to practice in Nevada. If the contract is broken, the amount of money paid out through this scholarship shall be paid back to the state. It does not specify any exceptions to this rule. Therefore, if someone were to get injured and not be able to recover, they would still be exempt to, or would be required to pay off their scholarship that they received from the state of Nevada.
Assemblymember Padro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill, and the reason I support this bill because it addresses the critical healthcare shortage in Nevada by incentivizing local students and pursue medical degrees and commit practicing within the state. The create reliability, talent pipeline, and save state resources, improve public health outcomes, and then by requiring 1 year of the in-state medical work for every $20,000 in funding, the bill ensures a direct return and investment, bringing desperately needed doctors and nurses to Nevada. I rest my case. Thank you.
Assemblymember Rawhauser is recognized. Assemblymember Zong is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Just one thing regarding Assemblymember Rawhauser's concern with Section 3 regarding the contract. The specifications of the contract are not written within this bill. I'm sure there will be things written within the contract that state if the practitioners are injured during their term, then they don't necessarily have to pay that back. On top of this, I don't think if you're injured and you stop practicing but then continue practicing after, that really violates the contract. You're still practicing within Nevada. I think this just incentivizes people to stay and practice medicine within Nevada, which I don't think I need to repeat myself on how Nevada does in healthcare. And if there are no more oppositions, I motion to move to previous question. Thank you.
Assemblymember Padro, would you still like to speak on this bill? Seeing as there are no more Assembly members interested in speaking on this bill, we'll now be moving to a vote on the motion in previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing as the yeas have the majority, we'll now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing as the yeas have the majority, this bill is officially passed. We will now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 199.
Assembly Bill 199, an act requiring child welfare agencies in the state of Nevada to create a health coverage continuity packet and to create a verified contact record for a youth that is exiting their foster care to ensure that those youths are covered by Medicaid, as there are avoidable instances of those youth losing their Medicaid coverage after exiting the foster care.
This bill is open for discussion. Assemblymember Sayal is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by saying I am in favor of this bill. For many former foster youth, therapy and medical care are not optional extras. They are a liveliness after years of trauma and instability. Losing coverage at the transition point doesn't just risk physical illness, it risks relapse into homelessness, addiction, or crisis. A simple continuity packet and verified contact system are low-cost, common-sense steps to honor our obligation to these young people after the state has acted as their parent. We cannot claim to care about children in our foster system if we abandon them the moment they age out and pretend that a birthday magically makes them fully equipped adults. This bill recognizes that responsibility doesn't end with a case closing. It continues into the critical years where they are trying to find housing, jobs, and stability. Ensuring uninterpreted Medicaid coverage is the least we can do to give them a fighting chance at a healthy and independent life. I yield my time. Thank you.
Assemblymember Strelzer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Youth aging out of foster care step into adulthood without the safety net most of us take for granted. They have no parents to double check them. They have no family to remind them of deadlines, and they often leave with no clear plan of what they want to do with the rest of their lives. Also, when they lose medical coverage, they can't see doctors, they can't get prescriptions refilled, and they don't also have, as Assemblymember Sale said, they lose access to mental health that they rely on. And so this bill fixes that by making sure someone walks them through what happens next in their lives. Thank you.
Assemblymember Barlow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To end off what everyone said, I believe that we owe it to the young people of Nevada to give them the care and assistance that they need in order to thrive within the state. And they should not lose these critical life services just because they do not have parents or guardians by their side. And with that, I would like to make a motion to the previous question.
Assemblymember Alvarez, are you still interested in speaking on this bill? Seeing as there are still Assembly members interested in speaking on this bill, we will allow them to speak before moving to the vote on the motion to previous question. Assemblymember Alvarez, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition of this bill. I'd like to preface that I am not against the people of Nevada receiving health care or health insurance, but I'd like to point out that it says that this will be applied for people who are leaving foster care after the age of 18. I'd like to point out that there are already programs that help adults with health care and things like that, but if we're taking that money away from foster care agencies, then aren't we limiting those foster care agencies from helping the underage people? I don't think we should be taking money from foster care, but instead people should be using different forms of health insurance to continue on with their health care. Thank you.
Assemblymember Padro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise and support this bill. Reason is housing stability. An estimated 20% and 25% of youth who age out become immediate homeless. And educational and career, only about 4% earn a college degree by the age of 26 compared to 36% of the general population. And to mention, trauma and exploitation, because they lack strong support networks, they are highly vulnerable. Data shows that they face high risk of substance abuse, involuntary and drugs and alcohols, and trade, and unsupported parenthood. Thank you. I rest my case.
Assemblymember Garai is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. While the bill is a very noble bill, I do believe that instead of putting the problem on foster experience, we should probably put our funding more towards the mental health if the case is against the trauma part of this scenario. Anyway, with that, I'd like to motion to previous question. Thank you.
Seeing as there are no more Assembly members who would wish to speak on this bill, we'll now be moving to a vote on the motion and previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing as the ayes have the majority, we will now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Assembly Member Schmelzer, please remember. Yep. Seeing as the ayes have the majority, this bill is officially passed. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill number 222.
Senate Bill 222, an act relating to energy, creating a streamlined approval process for advanced nuclear energy facilities and preempting local governments from prohibiting the construction or operation of federally certified small modular reactors.
Floor is now open for discussion. Assemblymember Sayal, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say I am in favor of this bill. Nevada families know what it feels like when energy prices spike. We see it in our power bills and at the gas pump, and it spills into the cost of everything else, including housing. Advanced nuclear energy, especially small modular reactors, offers steady, low carbon power that isn't at the mercy of fuel price shocks or weather patterns. By creating a clear, streamlined approval process, this bill invites new investment and jobs that can keep our grid reliable without sacrificing any safety. Thank you.
Assemblymember Rawhauser, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. While small modular reactors do cost between $1 and $3 billion, they last, I think, between 40 and 50 years, and produce, I think it says inside the bill, 300 megawatts or less, which could power all of Las Vegas, but one modular reactor. So for 50 years of power with one modular reactor, that would definitely be cheaper than any other option.
Assemblymember Myers, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise in support of this bill. And in addition to the points that the previous assemblymen have made, I would like to add that this bill does not take away regulation or safety standards from nuclear reactors, as they're still regulated under the federal government and the United States Nuclear Regulatory Commission, but just ensures that the state and counties don't unnecessarily reject those reactors from our communities. Thank you.
Assemblymember Matioff, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise in support of this bill, mainly because it provides 24/7 power. We have many other ways to use energy, or many other ways of energy use, like geothermal, solar, but none of them are nearly as effective and as efficient as nuclear, and also very low carbon emissions. With that, I think everyone agrees. Motion. Question.
Is there a second on that motion? Seeing as there are many assembly members who would still wish to speak on this bill before we move to previous question, we'll allow them to do so before moving on to the votes. Assemblymember Maffey, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My only concern with a nuclear facility in Las Vegas or in Nevada is, as you already know, Nevada, Utah, and Arizona already have a huge water shortage, and nuclear power plants require a crazy amount of water to keep the energy cores cool, just like the same thing with the AI data center. So I don't see what good this would do for Nevada besides lose more water that we don't already have. Thank you.
Assemblymember Cardinale, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. And in response to what Nick was saying, there are like emerging technologies about like HVAC cooling for nuclear reactors. But aside from that, I think that nuclear reactors are definitely an opportunity for Nevada to have like a strong source of energy if we can actually implement them into our system. Thank you.
Assemblymember Garai, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. This bill talks about a process to to pass nuclear energy as something that we can probably put in part of Nevada, but a situation beforehand that was also a certified process was before the Chernobyl incident happened, which caused a massive disaster. If we were to have that disaster happen again here in Nevada, it would make Nevada permanently uninhabitable, which for a vision, Chernobyl is also a still uninhabitable place. Thank you.
Assemblymember Maffey, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to keep going off of what he's saying, I believe Las Vegas and Nevada as a whole is just better prone for more green energy sources like solar panels, nuclear energy sources. I mean, for those who live in Las Vegas, we can barely fix our own roads in a timely manner. I mean, it's just traffic cones everywhere. It's the new state flower, basically. And I just think the solar panels and there's just better energy sources to go about it than wait for a nuclear power plant to be constructed in the state.
Assemblymember Padro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. The reason is Section 2 stripes countries and cities of their zoning authorities regarding advanced nuclear facilities. Local government typically fight state preemptation over land use, arguing that local representation in their communities best and should have say where industrial and power generating facilities are located. And advanced nuclear reactors, like traditional plants, require substantial amounts of water for cooling because Nevada is the driest state in the nation. Water rights, appropriation and use of their arid environment remains a critical environment hurdle for heavy industrial plants. Thank you.
Assemblymember Zhang, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I'd like to just address a few points that my fellow assembly members have made in opposition to this bill. Firstly, being the water requirement. Small modular reactors actually use similar amounts of water to coal plants, or like coal and other fossil fuels, which is what Nevada primarily relies on. On top of that, with the point of solar panels being more effective, or solar panels being more like suit for Nevada, solar panels are not as efficient as nuclear reactors are, and on top of that, nuclear reactors have the lowest downtime out of any other clean energy source, meaning that they are up the longest amount of time, and they are the most efficient energy source. I believe not only is this effective as a way of generating energy for Nevada at a lower cost and a better carbon emission rate, but it could also be used as a pivot step to, in the future, allow for more nuclear projects and larger nuclear reactors, which could also help with energy that we may possibly need. And just like the small modular reactors could just show people that nuclear energy is safe and it's not dangerous, right? The example of Chernobyl is brought up. Chernobyl was the result of the Soviet Union not restricting Ukraine, I suppose, and the regulations at Chernobyl were not upheld. The funding for it was also not great. There were a lot of issues that played into that happening. There were also numerous warnings that were just completely ignored. And modern day regulations for nuclear are much more intense than they were at the time due to Chernobyl happening. Right? People were scared of nuclear energy, and therefore they passed more regulations to make sure that there were safeguards against this happening ever again. So I believe that the possibility of a nuclear meltdown happening is extremely low. And on top of that, if people are worried about radiation emissions or whatever, coal plants actually coal plants produce more radiation than nuclear power plants when done properly. So that is all. Thank you.
Assemblymember Houston is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I just want to say that nuclear power is far more, I wouldn't say green, but it is one of the greenest energy sources because the byproduct, while nuclear waste sounds very scary, is easily contained, and we have many studies on how to contain it properly. And it produces an immense amount of power that is continuous. So doing this and being able to power all of Las Vegas with just one reactor would be greatly efficient, and it would just be helpful for the state of Nevada.
Assemblymember Sayal, you are recognized.
As I said earlier, I am in favor of this bill, and I think I'd like to motion to previous question. Thank you.
Seeing as multiple Assembly members would still like to speak on this bill before moving to previous question, we'll allow them the opportunity to do so before making that vote. Assemblymember Schmelzer. No? Okay. Assemblymember Alvarez, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. I think that apart from the safety concern, also I'd like to point out that this gives the federal government a lot of power over a state, because it says that as long as it has federal approval, then the state doesn't have a say in it. And I think that's not right, because a lot of people in Nevada, if they are against it, then it wouldn't matter, because it's saying that as long as the nuclear power plant has federal approval, then it says that it says that it may not be like restricted. Thank you.
Assemblymember Barlow, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To piggyback off what Assemblymember Alvarez said, I am also in opposition, along with what Mr. Padro said, and if there are no further statements to this bill, I believe that we should enter into a motion for the previous question.
Seeing as multiple Assembly members would still like to speak on this bill before moving to previous question, we will allow them opportunity to do so before moving on. Assemblymember Garay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. Not only was Chernobyl a common accident to bring up in this situation, but on March 2011, there was also the incident of the Fukushima Daiichi reactors, which was caused from the major earthquake that happened there, which caused the power grid to fail. Not only that, water is also a big cause of failure to these reactors, which in Nevada and Las Vegas itself, flash floods are one of the most common incidents that you will see here. You can make that connection. Therefore, this entire idea and entire bill is just a completely dangerous idea. Thank you.
Assemblymember Gatrix, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Not only are nuclear reactors heavily regulated and safe, but also they are unconditional. Like wind and solar power are completely conditional to weather and time of day. Thank you.
Assemblymember Padro, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. As you know, Nevada has a thing called the Yucca Mountain Legacy. Nevada has a unique, deeply rooted history of operation nuclear projects, most notably in federal Yucca Mountain nuclear waste. Proposal to bring any form of nuclear technology into the state often face immediately biblitar politics, pushback from lawmakers, environment groups worry of radioactive waste storage within the Nevada borders, and Section 4 as a dangerous black check given to out-of-state energy corporations at the expense of Nevada's environment. Thank you.
Assemblymember Cardinale, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, and I'd kind of like to add a point of information. France is the world's it has the world's highest reliance on nuclear power. It's almost 65% ran on nuclear power, and they've had no instance so far. Also, submarines, nuclear submarines are very prevalent in like the Navy. They use them all the time, and they are very efficient. They can last, I think, up to 40 years before refueling. That could be wrong, actually, but besides the point. Nuclear power is clean, efficient, and it is the future solution. Thank you.
Assemblymember Rawhauser, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would rise in support of this bill. I would like to address Assemblymember Alvarez's claim that they only need federal control. It says in Section 4, all required state-level permits, environmental clearances, and operating organization or authorizations shall be deemed approved by the operation of law within 30 days of the submission. So, within the 30-day period, if they do not approve this, then the small modular reactor will not be approved.
Assemblymember Simeon, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. I want to support to my other assemblyman who agrees that having nuclear power plants are dangerous. Because in the past, Nevada has used radioactivity stuff, which has caused radioactive dust wind called downwind, which has moved to states of Utah, Arizona, Idaho, and New Mexico, and a lot of citizens there in those states have been affected and have gotten certain types of cancers. And if we have a nuclear plant in Nevada and that thing explodes or whatever goes bad with it, Nevada would become uninhabitable, like what he said with Chernobyl and the one in Japan. And other states like Utah, Arizona, Idaho, New Mexico might be heavily affected as well, might not be able to be habitable as well.
Assemblymember Zhang, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I am in support of this bill, and I'd just like to reiterate that nuclear power plants are completely safe, right? There are no risks associated with nuclear power plants as of today, right? The last major nuclear incident that happened, which was mentioned, was Fukushima accident. That happened after a 9.0 earthquake on the Richter scale hit Japan. A 9.0, that is unheard of in Nevada, and any similar natural disaster would never occur in Nevada. On top of that, Fukushima has actually implemented new fail-safes as of recently that would mitigate damages even further. So just one thing on that. And in the past 20 years, aside from Fukushima, there's not been one nuclear accident. On the topic of nuclear dust in states, nearby states, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that was due to nuclear testing, like nuclear bomb testing, not nuclear reactors. Nuclear reactors do not emit any radiation by any harmful amount of radiation by itself. Nuclear bombs are a completely different thing. Just because they're both nuclear do not mean they release the same amount of radiation. The Yucca Mountain waste, the only pushback on that was regarding expenses. There was no actual harm done to any living organisms regarding that. As mentioned earlier, there's multiple different ways to safely contain nuclear waste, and that has also been proven by multiple countries which all use nuclear power. Again, nuclear power is completely safe. If there are any concerns regarding safety, I can assure you that is the last thing you need to be worrying about regarding nuclear energy. It is the future, it is the safest and cleanest type of energy, and I see no reason as to why we should not pass this bill. Thank you.
Assemblymember Simmon, you have the floor. Assemblymember Sayal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just like to add a little bit more to my argument onto why this bill should pass.
Thank you, Clerk.
So I'd like to talk about how this bill is about energy generation. It's not about waste storage. It allows Nevada to build self-contained advanced micro reactors that power our own homes and tech hubs, keeping Nevada independent rather than a passive bystander to other states' energy grids. In 3 to 7, modern SMRs operate on a 3 to 7 enclosed refueling cycle. The fuel is safely sealed inside the unit, meaning there is no need for localized reprocessing or massive open air waste handling. Thank you.
Senator Barlow, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think everyone rested their case, so I would like to motion to the previous question.
Seeing as many Assembly members would still like to speak on this bill, we will have to wait until they give their speeches for us to continue. Senator Houston, you have the floor.
I'll be real quick. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, but I just want to say that no radioactive dust or anything enters the air when they are generating energy, and the byproduct is gas that already is in the atmosphere, so there's nothing to be concerned about. And as in terms of water, they use around 500,000 gallons of water per minute, but around 97% of it is conserved and it stays drinkable. The rest is used, it evaporates because it's cooling the systems, but overall, these things last forever. The chance of it reacting and having a meltdown is 1 in 100,000 or 1 in a million reactor years. So I rest my case.
Point of information, Assembly, we must adjourn at 4 p.m., which is in roughly 15 minutes. So the chair would highly smile upon a motion to move to previous questions so we could discuss another bill. Assembly members Mayfie and Schmelzer, would you like to speak on this bill? No? Assembly member Mayfie, you were recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise. It's not that I don't disagree with nuclear energy as a general term and the idea of it. It's I disagree with it as Nevada, in the state we live in, having nuclear energy. As when you look at a map of the USA, there's 28 states who have nuclear energy plants, and all of them are super wet states like Illinois, Georgia, Seattle, and California, all places where they have huge amounts of access to water. And I just really don't believe Nevada is equipped to handle a nuclear power plant. We just don't have the resources and the water. We just don't have the water to support this project. And we already have tons of solar panel farms and solar farms like that all around the state that do just as good of a job. I don't see the point of having a nuclear power plant in our state. We can't support it. Thank you.
Seeing as there are now multiple more Assembly members who would like to speak on this bill, we'll allow them the opportunity to do so before moving on to previous question. Assembly member Bodenschott, you have the floor.
Just a quick point of information. In drier areas, plants can even use treated sewage water. For example, the Palo Verde Nuclear Generating Station in the Arizona desert uses treated wastewater from the city of Phoenix to cool its reactors.
Assemblymember Schmelzer, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I just want to let the people know that who are concerned about the water and waste. Nuclear reactors use a chemical control rod that only goes in to boil the water, which the boiled water is then trapped and then conserved and going through a screening process to then be reused. And then also, a lot of nuclear reactors have been moving away from using water and instead using a chemical reaction to another chemical reaction with another element to cool the rods instead of using water, and also make a energy reaction. And then also with the nuclear waste, a lot of nuclear reactors use, again, element compounds and things such as zirconium to negate that waste. Thank you.
Assemblymember Simon, you are recognized.
Another thing to add why this bill should not pass is the cost it would take to run a nuclear plant, and it would cost anywhere from about $20 million to over $160 million. And if we pass this bill, Nevada would have to even raise up their taxes just to run these nuclear plants.
Assemblymember Zhang, you have the floor.
All right, there's two things I'd like to address now. The first being the issue about cost. As previously stated, one small modular reactor would be enough to power the entirety of Las Vegas. And it being costing that much, I'm pretty sure that is also the price for a large-sized nuclear reactor, not correct me if I'm wrong. A small modular reactor would cost less. It would definitely be more cost-efficient than the systems we're using right now. The second point I'd like to talk about is about the use of water. So, as stated here, fossil fuels consume about 2.9 liters per kilowatt hour produced, while small modular reactors consume about 2.4 liters of water per kilowatt hours. So they are more water efficient, they're more cost efficient, they have a lower downtime. There's genuinely no reason as to why this bill should not be passed and why nuclear energy should not be considered within Las Vegas or Nevada. Thank you.
The Speaker would highly smile upon a motion to move to previous question. And all Assembly members interested in speaking on this bill, please not be interested. Assembly members Simeon, Sayal, and Barlow, would you still like to speak? No? Sorry? Okay.
I would like to motion to move to the previous question.
Seeing as there is a second to the motion, we'll now be voting on it. The Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing as the ayes have the majority, we'll now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing as the yeas have the majority, this bill is officially passed. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill number 163.
Senate Bill 163. An act to allow 17-year-olds who will turn 18 years old by the next general election to vote in Nevada's primary election.
The floor is now open for discussion. Assemblymember Garay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to motion to previous question.
Seeing as there are second and there are more interested speakers on this bill, we'll now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll for the motion to move to previous question. Seeing as the ayes have the majority, we'll now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing as the ayes have the majority, this bill is officially passed. We'll now be moving on to Senate Bill number 143.
Senate Bill 143. An act to lower the voting age to 16 for the election of school district board of trustee members.
The floor is now open for discussion. Assemblymember Zhang, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. I was in the committee that we ended up passing this bill. However, there were a few concerns I had. The main one being that allowing 16-year-olds to vote in something like the Board of Education, or like, is it the board? Yeah, the Board of Education, or sorry, District Board of Trustees. I don't feel like that's a good idea. 16-year-olds, some of them could be like educated enough to make their own decision, but I feel like this would incentivize candidates to like cater to a younger audience using one thing, and then like other topics being completely like unreasonable. Like, for example, right, the example I used during our committee session was that a candidate may like run to appeal to students by trying to like ban phone pouches, right? Because no one really likes phone pouches. But then all of their other policies directly harm students. However, the students, being 16 years old, would not be educated, would not be able to educate themselves with that, and they might vote for a candidate that does not serve their best interest whatsoever. So I feel like the voting age should remain at 18, and that is all. Thank you.
Assemblymember Padro, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. The reason is 16 and 17-year-olds legally lack the maturity, civic knowledge, and financial independence associated with full civic responsibilities. Furthermore, allowing voting at all the age prevents constitutional complications, dividing the student body, and place the burden of election management onto high schools. And I rest my case, so I don't think this bill should pass, so I want to make a motion for previous question.
Assemblymember Zong, would you? Okay. Seeing as there are no more assembly members who'd like to speak on this bill, we'll now be moving on to the voting process for the motion to move to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing as the yeas have the majority, this bill is passed. Oh, sorry. We will be moving to previous question now. Thank you. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing as the nays have the majority, this bill has failed. Our next bill will be Senate Bill number 255. This will be our last bill of discussion today. Assemblymember Barlow, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say that I am in agreement with this. I feel like mental health is a very key necessity. Well, the resources towards mental health are a key necessity to help our teens in Nevada not only maintain themselves, but also thrive in various environments. So I believe that this bill should pass, and I rest my case.
Assemblymember Grau, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to motion to previous question. Thank you.
Assemblymember Simmons, would you still like to speak on this bill? Seeing as not all assembly members like to move to the previous question, or some assembly members would like to speak on this bill, we'll allow them the opportunity to do so before moving on. Assemblymember Simmons, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my bill because in Nevada, we have a low test scores. And Senator Joe Lombardo, the politician, he has worked with the state of Nevada and Educators Donor Choose Grant Program to give a general funding of $10 million. And I believe if we pass this bill, we can, in the next 4 years, we can get our students to have high passing scores and tests in proficiency or above proficiency.
Point of information, we actually have 20 more minutes in here, so. Assemblymember Zong, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Recently, Clark County was actually found to be the worst ranking state in regards of mental health. And mental health attributes to many other different things, right? So, for example, if students are not in a good mindset or a good mind space, obviously they will not perform well in school, which lowers test scores directly. Furthermore, majority of school shootings are also as a result of poor mental health, which passing this bill would help to mitigate those issues. And I do not see why anyone would have any opposition to this, and so I motion to move to the previous question. Thank you.
Assemblymember Simeon, Moore, and Padro, would you still like to speak on this bill? Okay. Seeing as there are some assembly members who would still like to speak on this bill, we'll allow them an opportunity to do so before moving on. Assemblymember Simeon, you have the floor.
Point of information, sorry, it was my bad. I was reading the wrong bill. I yield my time.
Assemblymember Moore, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say that mental health is an imperative matter for all high school students. So I rest my case and I motion to move to the previous question.
Seeing as there are no more speakers interested in speaking on this bill, we'll now be moving to the vote on the motion to move to previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing as the ayes have the majority, we'll now be moving on to previous question. Chief Clerk, please prepare the roll. Seeing as the ayes have the majority, this bill is officially passed. We'll now be moving on to Senate Bill number 141.
Senate Bill 141, an act reconsidering the salary and retirement plan of public institution accredited educators for K through 12 in the state of Nevada.
The floor is now open for discussion. Assemblymember Zhang, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I was part of the committee that passed this bill, and essentially what it does is it provides increased pensions for teachers within the state of Nevada. This is very important, as obviously education is not Nevada's strong point, and we have a lack of educators within the state. So incentivizing skilled teachers to stay within the state of Nevada is obviously a very important thing, and I think this does just that. Teachers are the backbone of like any society, right, or any community. You need teachers to properly educate children so that they can grow up and continue to support that community. And with that, I rest my case. Thank you.
Assemblymember Garai, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. To build on that previous statement, yes, our teachers are the backbone of our future. So I would like to motion to previous question. Thank you.
Assemblymembers Rawhauser and Padro, would you still like to speak on this bill? Okay. Rawhauser.
I rise in opposition to this bill. I think pensions are one of the problems that we have in the U.S. They do help keep people and help to pay for and incentivize state officials and state backed workers, but we are still paying off pensions and throwing them back. And if we keep I think 30 years is what it is, and if we keep doing this, the debt in our nation will keep increasing, and there will be nothing done about it, and eventually we will collapse.
Assemblymember Barlow, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am in support of this bill. I was also in the same committee, and I believe that we should take this to a motion to the previous question.
Seeing as there are no more interested speakers on this bill, we'll now be moving to the motion on the previous question. Speaker or Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing as the yeas have the majority, we'll now be moving to previous question. Speaker, please, or Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing as the yeas have the majority, this bill is passed. We'll now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 140. Assembly Bill 140.
Assembly Bill 140. An act regarding the creation and implementation of the Nevada Youth Corps program.
The floor is now open for discussion. Assemblymember Matthew, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Me and my committee, Committee 3, passed this a couple days ago. One of the main arguments against my bill was that there was already a Nevada Youth Corps, and that was strictly a conservation act, just keeping everything maintained. What this bill did, it's for kids that want to go into engineering, aviation, really any important job in Nevada. So you can get internships, and the funding for this comes from those internships, like kids in engineering internships. Sorry, I forgot what I was going to say. Kids in engineering internships often leave Nevada to go to states like Texas, Alabama, Louisiana, and that's mainly because there's a huge surge in need for petroleum engineers, and all of our very gifted minds don't stay in the state of Nevada, and that leaves us with a shortage of miners and engineers in these lithium mines that we have here in Nevada. So, yeah.
Assemblymember Padro, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, and I would like to make a motion for previous question, please.
Assemblymember Mekuoff, would you still? Seeing as there are no more speakers interested in speaking on this bill, and now we're moving to the motion to move to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing as the yeas have the majority, we'll now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing as the yeas have the majority, this bill is officially passed. We'll now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 138.
Assembly Bill 138, an act regarding the allowance of AI in schools.
Assemblymember Zhang, you are recognized, and the floor is open for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I was part of the committee 3 that passed this bill. We made quite a few amendments to it, which I believe are all fairly reasonable. In this current status quo, I feel like cutting students off from using AI completely would be a mistake, right? Obviously, AI is a very powerful tool, and I feel like teachers should instead be incentivized, or should instead feel the need to teach students how to properly use AI rather than cutting them off completely from it. On top of this, I feel like there are teachers now who rely too much on AI and they don't build a connection with the students, which I think also inhibits student learning. So I feel like there should be regulations on teachers' use of AI as well. And the Section 2 part, I feel like is quite self-explanatory. I don't think any sensitive student information should be put into any AI-controlled or influenced database whatsoever. That just is a massive security risk. And so, yeah, I feel like this helps students prepare for the future, which, as we all know, AI is going to be a very big part of that, while at the same time teaching them not to be too reliant on it. And that is all. Thank you.
Assemblymember Myers, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the bill. I believe it's very reasonable to leave it up to the discretion of the teacher and the school whether and when to use AI. And I believe Section 2 is also very important. It's very important to address the privacy concerns that AI brings and not allowing schools or school districts to put student information into AI. Thank you.
Assemblymember Sayel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the committee, I believe that banning AI in classes is a huge mistake. We use it so much in our lives, and it's just like become second nature. I don't think it should be believed that it's a tool for cheating. Instead, I believe it is a very powerful resource that can help us achieve like literally everything. Thank you.
Assemblymember Garai, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to motion to previous question. Thank you.
Assemblymember Padra, would you still like the floor? Seeing as there are no more interested speakers on this bill, we will now be moving to a vote on the motion for previous question. Chief Clerk, can you please open the roll? Seeing as the yeas have the majority, we will now be moving to previous question. Chief Clerk, please open the roll. Seeing as the ayes have the majority, this bill officially passes. The Speaker would highly smile upon a motion to adjourn this meeting for today. Assemblyman Padro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a big thing to say. I would love to motion an adjournment of this meeting, please.
Do I have a second on that motion? Seeing as we have a second on the
I
motion,
think they
we'll
love
now
that.
Seeing as we have a second on the motion, we will now be moving to previous question, or to voting on the motion. Clerk, please prepare the roll. Well, we can do a voice vote. Yeah. All in favor of passing this motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Who said that? All abstained, please say oi. In the opinion of the Speaker, the ayes have it, and this meeting is adjourned.
I would just like to say one thing. I think that was a phenomenal debate between everybody. All of you guys did an amazing job. It was so great to see y'all do like research on bills, try and argue to get someone to vote or change their vote. I just want to say that was an amazing meeting. I'm so happy that we got to do this, guys. Thank you.
And I would love to agree with you on that. And
I completely agree with him. This was a really fun time. But it was like really long, but it's okay. We finally made it. And now it's actually time to have some fun back at the dorms. So,
yes.
Yeah!